suitable for travel. Safety is job number one for us at GDOT and everybody here at GMA team. And we know that's important, safety for you, but it's also safety for the women and men that are doing the hard work out there among all our agencies. So please give us all room to work and slow down and move over if you see those amber lights or the blue light escorts that are provided by the Department of Public Safety. And with that, I'll turn it over to Colonel Hitchens from the Department of Public Safety.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I want to start off with reiterating that the majority of the people that have been asked to stay home have heeded that warning, and that is reflected in the total calls that we have seen in the affected areas. So far, since 6 o'clock yesterday, we've had 775 total calls, 25 crashes, and 95 motorist assists. And we would just want to say thank you for paying attention to that and staying off the roads. And we do call for you to continue that same posture as we move through this storm. Our personnel that we have assigned, we brought in some Southern troops, which allows us to put about 50 personnel in the metro area during the daytime hours and 30 personnel overnight. And those personnel will be out there to continue to answer calls, work crashes, help motorists as the need arises. And our Northern troops, they remain on what we call Phase A, which means their cars are packed, ready to deploy into any area that is needed, and most likely to be the northeast area of Georgia. Our Southern troops are on identified IRT teams, which are initial response teams. If a need arises where there's a affected area in the state, we can bring those personnel in and they'll assist at certain areas that they need. For the folks that are in the metro area are put in sectors, and they're put there so they're getting around the metro area coverage, but we have moved some into the eastern and northern area of the metro area so that they can handle those areas that are more affected. We have CVE, our commercial vehicle enforcement teams that are helping DOT with the treating of the roadways. We also have them deployed with inside the 285 loop, so that any commercial motor vehicle traffic that comes in has a legitimate need to be on the connector into the metro area. So please, if you are CMV, you don't have legitimate reasons to be on the connector, use 285 bypass as you're supposed to. And one issue we did have a motorist that struck a brine truck last night and then struck one of our CVE officers. So not only did that cause a little time that they were down, they were not able to treat the road, but then we also had to get new vehicles out so we could start retreating the roads. And we ask you, when you see those people, give extra space, let them do their job. And if you must get out on the roads, please drive the appropriate speed. That may not be the speed limit. You may not be able to see the ice. Also, remember, if you're driving on ice, don't use cruise control and add extra space in between your car and the vehicles in front of you and to the side. We ask that you do stay home, give our folks time to do their job, and we just want everybody to be safe. And with that, I'll turn it over to General Wilson.
Okay, thank you, Colonel Hitchens. So Governor Kemp has authorized up to 500 National Guardsmen in response to this winter storm. You know, we're a large organization, and our response efforts are certainly scalable if need be. Yesterday, we were able to get approximately 120 soldiers, airmen, and in the event that
Hey everyone, we wanted to do a cut in here and make sure you are aware that we are still looking at an ice threat to continue across a good portion of the CSRA as we head over the next several hours. Our second wave is now showing up in the western CSRA. We still have all our ice warnings in effect, Malik, and there still is somewhat of a decent ice threat across a good portion of the area.
Exactly. The threat is not over. Now, we had last night, we got some ice accumulations across the northern parts of our CSRA, and maybe you woke up this morning and thought, okay, this is it. I'm going to go out and do my Sunday morning things, but we are now seeing this line move through, and those temperatures still well below freezing, especially in places like Wilk and Lincoln and McCormick counties.
Definitely so. Those temperatures are still in the 20s right now and likely will stay below freezing as this second wave arrives. And if you were watching our updates earlier, we were mentioning that there was a rare mesoscale discussion issued by the Storm Prediction Center for heavy freezing rain, and that does include the counties Malik just mentioned: Wilkes, Lincoln, McCormick, Saluda, Edgefield County. That's where temperatures are coldest, up against that wedge, and the wedge is likely going to hold steady. So this was kind of the concern over the last couple of days that we were monitoring, that the potential was going to be there that maybe we don't necessarily get above freezing in some spots, and when the second wave arrived, there could be some pretty decent freezing rain concern. So here's a closer look at our radar. You can see this line is just marching across, and Malik, I know you have your wife lives in Athens. Yep. She was sending you video there, and we were listening to it. I mean, pretty intense sleet. I think what we see there in the northern CSRA unfold over the next couple of hours could possibly be some sleet or just some really intense, heavy freezing rain.
Exactly. That's what's going to be important over the next hour or so, over the next couple of minutes there, as it's about to head into Washington there. If you can, send us your reports in. Don't step outside. Don't try to get on the roads, but send us your reports of what you're seeing and visualize that and tell us your location and what time that was, because as it heads into Crawfordville and into Washington, we're going to know, what are you seeing? You're seeing freezing rain? Are you seeing sleet? Are you seeing all of the rain? And have you seen melting so far this morning with those temperatures well below freezing? That's going to help us downstream warn the next counties and tell us what they can expect from what you're seeing. So that's what we're going to see over the next couple of minutes, is continue to move eastward into those counties that we're really spotting here as it's right now moving into Tolliver and Wilkes County.
And just kind of taking a closer look inside Wilkes County, it looks like Tignall, Rail, all the way to the town of Washington, now starting to see this freezing rain potential tick up. This is a spot of the CSRA that saw some freezing rain overnight into early this morning. And even throughout most of the day, we've been below freezing. We've had freezing drizzle, just kind of these freezing sprinkles kind of spread across the area. We haven't noticed any power outages yet in Wilkes County or really anywhere in the CSRA. But the concern now is we got continued ice threat moving in, and also some pretty gusty wind. We just saw some gusts over 25 miles an hour move through Athens with this line. So you start to accrete that ice on tree limbs, power lines, you add in 20+ mile an hour gusts. Maybe we get some up to 30 with this line. That's an easy recipe to lead to some tree limbs down and causing out some outages. Exactly.
Those of us in Augusta have we've escaped the worst of this. This has gone off to the north here, but we're still below freezing here. You may have woken up and seen some icicles on your mailbox, maybe on your car, maybe you had to scrape the ice off there. So impacts have remained minimal, but we're going to see what happens here as this continues to march east here. Again, the threat is not over, especially for those counties north of I-20, including Wilkes, Lincoln, McCormick, Edgefield, and Saluda counties, even into Tolliver County and northern McDuffie County there as well. Don't want you to let your guard down there at all as we continue to see this marching east, with a lot of us there still seeing those temperatures into the upper 20s.
Yeah, and right now we have an official observation site there in Washington and Wilkes County, currently at 27 degrees. So there's just not going to be a lot of bump up room for that temperature as this line moves in. It may bump up to, say, 29 or 30, but it's going to stay below freezing. So anything that's falling from the sky is going to either stay frozen as a sleet pellets or going to freeze on contact with that freezing rain. And this isn't just kind of the light sprinkles or a little bit of drizzle we've had throughout the day and last night. This is some pretty heavy rain. So we're talking the potential for maybe seeing some ice totals up to a 1/4 inch or more in some spots with this next wave moving in. So once again, we're really emphasizing, don't let your guard down just yet. This is why those ice warnings are still in effect. The threat is not over, folks. And even for us here in Augusta, we're at 31 degrees, 29 in Aiken, 30 in Thompson. You can see temperatures are just now starting to get above freezing further south in Millen, Sylvania, Swainsboro. You're the warmest spot at 36 degrees, only 4 degrees above freezing. So that wedge has been holding on steady all afternoon. And here's a look at our higher resolution model, which is doing the best job at showing this freezing rain concern as we get later into the afternoon, and also doing the best job of kind of showing where those freezing temperatures will be near the I-20 corridor. But even this model, I think, is keeping temperatures maybe just a degree or two on the warmer side. We could be a little bit cooler. So anywhere, if you are still underneath an ice storm warning, there's the potential for more ice to head your way over the next couple of hours as this wave moves in. But Malik will kind of take people here through the HER and what it expects over the next couple of hours.
Exactly, and the forecast was already hard. Last night into this morning, it was hard, very difficult forecast to pin down. But this was probably one of the hardest pieces of the forecast was how much does the wedge retreat? Does the wedge retreat? Will we see it retreat? We know the wedge has been pretty stubborn before in last instances, and the models have a really hard time of grasping just how deep and how cold the wedge can be. So this was one of the hardest things we were going to talk about was going into Sunday afternoon, how much do we warm up? And how much do those northern counties really warm up as we see the main line come through? And we were talking about the most concerning thing was seeing those northern counties stay below freezing as this main line comes through. And we're starting to see this model's picking up on that, and he's even a little bit warmer than what we're seeing some of those temperatures currently in those northern counties. So that's what we're concerned about going over the next couple of hours, is those northern counties staying below freezing as this line continues to move through over the next couple of hours.
And it's going to be some heavy rain, some gusty wind at times, especially on the leading edge of this rain. So kind of up ahead of this line, that's where we've seen some gusts over 20 in those spots that are seeing the freezing precipitation like Athens right there. So here's a jump ahead to 8 p.m. Still pretty wet across the region. So this is 5 hours from now. We're still seeing some good precipitation across the area, maybe some back building on the back of this line here. But once again, temperatures stay close to that freezing mark in the northern CSRA. So anything that's falling is accumulating, and that's where we're concerned about getting those additional ice totals up to a 1/4 inch plus. Now, the thing is, with this rain, it is most on the back side of it, at least, it will likely lead to our temperatures bumping up a couple degrees above freezing for most of the area. But the concern then is that now we have all this wetness on the ground, all this precipitation out there. And as we head towards Monday morning, temperatures will get back down close to freezing, and we could see some refreeze and some black ice concerns kind of linger. So right now our ice storm warnings, they just kind of did an update to those. They have them at least through 4 a.m. Monday in most spots. But the thing is that ice threat not going anywhere anytime soon just yet. I want to take a look at the wind here, and there you go. Look at Athens. Just had a gust of 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, it wouldn't take much more than that to absolutely knock out power, especially if you've already had maybe a 1/10 or 2 inches of ice there in Wilkes and Lincoln counties there, especially in the northern reaches there. So as we're starting to see that line move through and those wind gusts as well, we start to see the threat of power outages once again. Now, we're not saying that you will lose power as this line moves in. We're saying that the threat is still there. We're saying not to let your guard down. Don't be out and about here as this line moves through. Don't be outside trying to maybe get footage of this. We'll just wait until it's passed and then get something on it. But it's still really worrisome seeing those gusty winds moving through and then combining that with the temperatures that we're still seeing below freezing and still getting precipitation to fall within that area. So that's just, you get those ingredients all mixed together, jumble them up, and that is, it is a recipe for you could get some possible power outages there. Now, we don't want that at all for our counties there in the northern CSRA, but it does look like we do have the ingredients in place for it.
Definitely so. And Malik, over here on this tab, I actually have a power outage map on that last tab right there. And so if you can just kind of adjust that red box, so actually people can see it pretty well, actually kind of where it was right there. So this is a look at the current power outages across the state of Georgia. And there's not really much in the way of power outages right now across the CSRA, but you can see up in North Georgia, they've had some pretty decent power out in White County, Habersham, Raven County. They have, what's that, Malik, over?
Lumpkin County has over 4,000 people without power. That's where Dahlonega is. And then Habersham County has over 14,000 people without power.
Yeah, and even around Metro Atlanta, looks like they're on the north side. Fulton County has several thousand.
Over 20,000 people without power.
Yeah, so that's where that line just kind of came from. And so this is looking in the wake of what just happened with them and this line passing through. Once again, this is the concern for us now moving forward over the next couple of hours. We start to notice more ice forming across the area. And keep in mind, we've been below freezing since late last night. So that's continued to cool off our surfaces. We've had some precipitation out there cooling off the roadways. We haven't necessarily seen a ton of road concerns across the area just yet, but as we've kind of been emphasizing, we're still below freezing. We got more precipitation out there, so the concern will likely continue. We'll go over to our lake camera. I believe it's that tab right there. So this is what we're going to keep a close eye on as this line kind of gets closer towards that right near the Thurman Dam. You can see it's really foggy right now. So we have that freezing fog, some freezing mist, some freezing drizzle. This has been pretty persistent all day long. And even for us down here in Augusta, the view doesn't look all that different outside of our station camera. And that has led to some light glazing over surfaces, but it has been interesting throughout the day. Just a short drive up to exit 5 looks completely different than us here in Augusta. So kind of depending on where you are, you have seen some impacts, maybe less in some spots, but even in Aiken this morning, they got snow out there, and actually a decent little dusting of snow too. So it's been really impressive to kind of see the localized effects of this event and how it has changed across the area. We had some viewer videos sent in this morning from McCormick, and this is was sent in by Miss Anna Lush, and we really appreciate these videos and pictures that y'all send us. This gives us that ground truth to kind of confirm what we are seeing on radar, but it was coming down at a pretty good clip early this morning up there in McCormick, and one of our employees here at News 12 was actually showing us some pictures from their parents' house up in McCormick County, and they had some pretty decent icicles.
Yeah, some icicles that were about a couple inches long, like 2, 3, 4 inches long there, just hanging off the house there in McCormick. So that was very interesting to see there overnight, especially there in our northern county. So we're going to continue to watch this unfold over the next couple of hours as this line continues to push east here and that freezing precipitation continues to fall, where we're still seeing those surface temperatures below freezing and even into the upper 20s still across the northern ends of the CSRA.
And I think the radar is doing a pretty good job right now, kind of showing where that rain to freezing rain and sleet line is. So maybe just a little bit south of that I-20 corridor, but we could still be seeing freezing rain concerns in northern Hancock County, Tolliver County, Warren County. This is going to continue moving towards Lincoln and McCormick County next. And then we're talking about McDuffie, Columbia, Richmond, Edgefield, Saluda, Aiken. This just gradually builds on down the line. And I mean, we are looking at, we actually just got a new model run here from our in-house graph model. We'll kind of see what this projects for the latest ice totals with this second wave passing through. And showing maybe an additional 1/10 of an inch, maybe a little bit less in some spots, but I don't know. I think we could definitely see a little bit more than this. With this model we were showing you here, this is the HRR model, or we call it the HRR. It's the Hyper Rapid Refresh model. So HRR for just kind of the acronym for it. But I think this was doing a better job at showing what our temperatures should be along with that precipitation. And I mean, it had ice totals over 1/4 of an inch in some spots, at least those areas that are currently underneath an ice warning in the CSRA. So as we've kind of been emphasizing, don't let your guard down just yet. We are still expecting some impacts to continue with this second wave starting to creep into the CSRA.
Now, I know some people are probably wondering, what about people in Burke County? What about me in Washington County, Scriven County, Jenkins County? Maybe I'm in Emmanuel County, Allendale. Am I all clear? Am I good to go?
And I think for them, we'll go back to our temperature map here. And I mean, the temperature is what's going to dictate the show. So for any spot that's still below freezing, especially if you're in the 20s right now, so places like Washington, you just are so much below freezing that it's going to be tough for this rain to really get you above freezing for this event. So that will lead to that frozen precipitation staying frozen. But further south in places like Swainsboro, you're at least at 36 degrees, which I know is still cold, but that is at least above freezing. Same thing in Millen, you're at 34, so above freezing there. Sylvania, just 1 degree above freezing. Allendale still at 32, Barnwell still at 32, and here in Augusta, we're still at 31 degrees, and our last observation off of our temperature station here at the station here is that it was still in the upper 20s.
Yeah, still the upper 20s, just outside the station. So it's just taking all the precautions that you can. If you are on the roads right now, do the best as you can, especially especially if you are north of I-20, to go ahead and get off the roadways. I know you might have thought that this was just an overnight event, but we've been talking about over and over again how this second wave was going to be really pivotal on how far north the freezing line retreated and how stringent and how stubborn the wedge was in staying here in the CSRA. So if you don't have to be on the roads right now, now's definitely not the time to try to get out and about and maybe get some Sunday shopping done.
And this is just such a rare setup that we have. I can't emphasize that enough. We actually do have a tornado watch just south of the CSRA for places like Columbus, Georgia, and some active tornado warnings there in southwestern Georgia, southeastern Alabama, the panhandle of Florida. So they've had some really active severe weather there over the last couple of hours and still ongoing. And just about 100 miles north and east, we're talking about ice storm warnings. So it's that really big collision of just two completely different air masses that is leading to this intense weather that we are seeing. And I think there will be the potential to see some gusty winds with this, so kind of amplifying the potential for those ice impacts. I think overall, even through this event, this will kind of fall in line with the forecast we were calling for. If you're underneath the ice storm warning, you could see up to 1/4 of an inch, possibly more in the northern CSRA. And I think that eventually, once we get through this wave here, that will most likely come to fruition in most spots. But right now, looking at our current winds and our gusts, so on the left, with these boxes, on the left is your sustained wind, on the right is your gusts. Not necessarily seeing too gusty conditions right now here across the CSRA, and the wind is staying between 5 to 10 for the most part. So the wedge is a very somewhat stable air mass, and it can really kind of eat away at the potential for you to either see severe weather or for some of the stronger wind to possibly mix down to the surface. And the wedge, a lot of times we're talking about it in the way of just kind of hindering our severe weather chances, but now it's kind of amplifying our winter weather chances, and not too unusual when we do have this setup.
Yeah, it's the wedge is not unusual in itself, but the combination of the Arctic air mass, the combination of the warm air advection coming in from the south there creates that unusual setup that we're seeing now.
And just kind of going back to our warnings in effect right now. So it looks like Peachtree City has kind of clipped some of their ice storm warnings west of the Atlanta metro. But for all of us here around the I-20 corridor between Atlanta and Columbia, including us here in Augusta, Thompson, Aiken, up north towards Clarks Hill Lake, we still have these in effect and will stay in effect into the overnight hours. So once again, not expecting ice concerns to go away anytime soon, and we are still underneath those conditions. And Malik, you were mentioning our southern counties. What if you're in Waynesboro? What if you're in Louisville, Sandersville, Millen, Sylvania? Well, the Weather Service for those counties, too, is continuing your winter weather advisory. So maybe some minor impacts could kind of stick around in those locations as well. But it's really, if you're underneath the ice storm warning, that's where confidence is greatest. We'll see these lingering ice impacts with this second wave rolling into the region. And just kind of going back to radar here, you can see most of Washington County now kind of draped into this heavier sleet, freezing rain mix, highlighted in this pink color you're seeing. And it looks like the radar's picking up on the potential for some sleet with that purple color right there. So that's now even starting to creep into the western branches of Clarks Hill Lake. So kind of getting towards Big Heart Campground, northern McDuffie County, all the way over into northern Lincoln County, northern McCormick County. And if you do live in these places, folks, we'd love to kind of hear what you're seeing out your window. If you are seeing either freezing rain or sleet, you can send pictures and videos through our weather app very easily or through our website. And these ground truth reports really help us understand what we are seeing on radar. But I would imagine there in Wilkes, Lincoln, McCormick County, you're seeing some pretty steady rain, and it is freezing on contact with those temps in the 20s.
Yeah, exactly. Then that's what we don't want. That's what we didn't want. We wanted our temperatures to get well above freezing before this line came through here, but the stubborn wedge is being stubborn here, and it's sticking around and keeping those temperatures below freezing here, all the way from northern reaches of Hancock County, northern Warren County there, all the way through Tolliver County, Wilkes County, Lincoln, McCormick, Saluda, and Edgefield counties. You're going to see this line move through over the next hour and a half or so, and your temperatures are still well below freezing. So going to see some deteriorating road conditions over the next couple of hours here, and possibly some more ice accumulations here over the next 2 hours as this line continues to move through.
Yeah. And this is one of the graphics we were kind of showing all week long, kind of how much ice will we see and what would that kind of materialize as far as impacts go. Well, for the majority of this event, at least so far, it's been kind of in that nuisance category to where we haven't got up to 1/4 inch of ice yet recorded really in the CSRA. Precipitation has been on the lighter side, but now that we got this heavier rain moving in and temperatures are still below freezing in many spots, I think we kind of creep into that disruptive category, kind of the category we were expecting for this event. So that would mean a better chance for iced over roadways, better chance to see some power outages. Luckily, we've dodged that threat so far, but just want to make sure everyone is prepared for what could happen over the next couple of hours as this wave does move on through. But another thing that we were highlighting on this graphic is that we were never anticipating over 1/2 inch and definitely nothing close to 1 inch. So this looked like it was going to kind of max out at a disruptive storm for us to where, once again, hazardous travel conditions, maybe we see a couple power outages. So still expecting it to possibly creep into that category, but we've been on the luckier side so far with it to where it's been more of a nuisance, if anything, but we're just not done yet. And that's why we don't want people to let their guard down until we do get past this second wave passing through the area.
Yeah, exactly. Don't go out and be on the roads right now. I know it seems like, hey, we got a little low right now, especially in Augusta. I mean, it seems like, okay, it's just foggy, the roads are wet, but I don't see any slick spots. But that's kind of a mirage of something like this, or a lull of what it can be, especially if we do start to see those temperatures stay below freezing and this line move through. It's going to feel like it just came out of nowhere. But that's why we're telling you this right now. This is why we're telling you that it's coming, because all of a sudden you're going to see just through the clouds here, you can just start getting some heavy sleet. And all of a sudden the road conditions are gone within 10 minutes. Right. And so we don't want you to be stuck on the roadways there across the CSRA as this line moves through. And we're going to continue to watch this as it moves through the CSRA and continue. I mean, even we have fog going on right now, so that could be some freezing fog with those conditions below freezing. So we could see some icy areas with that would come into contact with that fog there. So maybe you had to wake up and scrape your windshield this morning. But we want you to be careful as can be. And then once it's all clear, we'll let you know. We'll give you the all clear. But right now, we are tracking, again, the threat for ice, especially along and north of I-20.
Yep. And Gary, yeah, if you have that camera in Tolliver County from Georgia DOT, we'd love to check it out, kind of see what it's showing, if you want to pull that up for us. Cool. Okay. Gotcha. So what you're looking at right there, folks, that is in Tolliver County. That is off I-20. So that's a Georgia DOT camera. And we can't see it in front of us, but I know y'all are looking at it right now. We're going to kind of walk over and see what it's showing. Once again, I-20 is that corridor that has been heavily brined. So we're hoping that brine does its job. But you can see pretty wet conditions as that car moving by right there. So hopefully the brine holds steady. But remember, with brine, if you see more liquid rainfall falling, it can help kind of wash that away, but we're hoping it does that job and keeps that corridor safe. I would say the worst conditions on the roadways would definitely be your back roads, your neighborhood roads, the ones that just aren't traveled as often, your major highways and interstates. Those are the ones that have been brined pretty heavy and may be able to hold up to the icy conditions we're expecting with this second wave. But just still a good idea. Try not to go out if you can help it. It's Sunday night. Just try to hunker down, watch some playoff football out there. And just wait until we get to tomorrow morning when our temperatures should be able to get above freezing once we get to a couple of hours after sunrise. The concern is, I'll kind of take you through the timeline here. So this onset of the wave we're currently tracking on radar continues pushing towards the east. So right now we're expecting that to most likely show up within about another hour, maybe hour, 20 minutes here around the metro and continuing across the region. And take a look at that. I mean, that's some pretty heavy rainfall out there, and it's still a matter of, hey, maybe we stay right at 32 here in Augusta, or maybe we creep up to 33 degrees. That's kind of the tough part in what we're just going to have to nowcast, and it's not necessarily something we know for certain that we either will be on either side of 32 degrees.
That is quite literally splitting hairs.
Yeah, definitely.
Quite literally splitting hairs when it comes to forecasting temperatures, and that's why this has been so hard to forecast, because we were literally trying to take a chainsaw and split a fine piece of hair in half.
Yeah.
That is essentially what we're trying to do here.
Right. And I mean, to think that models, not necessarily the greatest with the wedge.
Exactly.
It's just such a not necessarily unique meteorological phenomenon. It's something that's fairly common for our part of the country, but it's just something that models either erode too quickly or just don't materialize perfectly. We really have to wait until we kind of get this higher resolution guidance in view of it, and it does a little bit better job. But even then, a lot of times it keeps our temperatures just a little bit warmer. And right now we're looking at this HER model, and it's kind of doing the best job showing where those temperatures will be below freezing. But still, once again, maybe it's just off by a degree or two, and that makes a world of difference. But taking you through it, so this is a look ahead to about 7, 8 p.m., still dealing with some rain on the backside. Maybe this is overdoing it just a tad on kind of how much that heavy rain lingers into late tonight, but expecting all this precipitation to not really be out of here until we get to after midnight. Now, on the backside of it, you can see most spots are anticipated to get above freezing. So as this rain is falling through that wedge, it's helping erode it. We are bringing down warmer air aloft with this rain falling through it too. So that should help a gradual warming process as we get into late tonight. So I think there will be a window behind this rain. Most spots in the CSRA get above freezing, but then the concern is now we got the main front starting to push through the region, and with this front, it's going to bring in a very cold air mass over the next couple of days, and it could be just enough to get some spots back down to the freezing mark by early Monday morning. Now, I don't think we'll stay at freezing necessarily a significant amount of time. We should be able to get back up to above freezing by, say, 9, 10 a.m. And the good news tomorrow is that we are expecting the sun. The sun is a very powerful force to get rid of any ice concerns across the area, and temperatures will be able to top out into the mid-40s. And then we got a really cold night heading our way Monday night into Tuesday morning. That's when we're actually expecting feel-like temperatures to possibly be in the single digits in some locations. This is a look ahead to our wind chill early Tuesday morning. So this is going to be the very cold air mass that moves in behind this front, kind of driving this second round of rain. And throughout the rest of the week, we're going to have very cold morning low temps. Tuesday morning expected to be our coldest, with feel-like temperatures anywhere from 9 to around, say, 15 degrees. So getting close to that threshold to where we'll likely see cold weather advisories issued across the area. We've had a few of those rounds of cold weather advisories already this winter, and I think this has the potential to maybe be one of the coldest ones we have seen just yet. But even pushing forward next week, we're not expecting to get above 50 degrees even through next weekend. So just kind of a really rare setup with a very cold Arctic air mass in place that's going to keep our temperatures 10, 15 degrees below average on not only the low temperature, but also high temps too.
Yeah, well, by the time we look at January, it's definitely going to be the tale of, especially the end of December and into January here, it's going to be the tale of two winters. Because, I mean, it wasn't too long ago that we were looking at the 70s and potentially 80 degrees.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about temperatures well below average for here in the CSRA. So definitely going to be something to look at by the time that January comes through. But what we're looking at now is our ice storm warnings continuing, and the threat of seeing some more ice, especially along and north of I-20, as we start to see this next line of precipitation move through the CSRA.
And Gary was actually just in my ear saying he had a little update for us. Gary, you said GDOT is going to continue brining operations? Okay, so our update is that GDOT, once this line moves through, they're going to come in right behind it and continue brining those roadways. So that should help alleviate any continued black ice concerns into Monday morning, at least for those major roads that they will be brining. So good news to hear there. But this is going to be some steady rain for likely several hours across the area, up into tonight. So until then, expect some pretty icy roadways at times. We'll kind of take a closer look at our model here. And now that it's getting a little bit closer, what I want to do is actually turn on our Harlem radar, see what it's thinking kind of. So our Harlem radar actually gives us a much lower scan, and we can see kind of where that dividing line of potentially sleet to freezing rain. So right now it is, that purple color is sleet. So that appears to be what's happening there in northern Warren County, getting closer into northern McDuffie County, southern Washington County. But in the pink, that's more of a freezing rain. And remember, the difference between the two is that sleet will be those tiny little ice pellets that fall from the sky. Freezing rain will actually fall as liquid rain, but then freeze on contact. Remember, our temperatures up there are still in the 20s in most locations. So that is going to allow for anything to fall to stick. I'm going to grab my phone real quick, just check to make sure anything new in the weather service, and also if we've got any new emails as well.
Yeah, we've so this is we're taking a look at some let's take a look at some cameras here. Let's go to our so we're taking a look at right outside the station here. You can see the fog looking straight down I-20. And we've got visibility is deteriorating rapidly as this line begins to push towards the area here. And so that's what we're taking a look at. And I mean, even from our Willow Road cam, you can't really see anything. You can normally see the interstate just over those trees, but you can't see anything there. This is from downtown Augusta. You can start to see the fog rolling in, the visibility going down. So that's one of the other things with this moving through is that you don't want to be on the roadways because you're not going to be able to see very far in front of you. Not only are you going to be potentially pelted with sleet and freezing rain, but also potentially very low visibility as this line continues to push through the CSRA here. So we'll go back to the Harlem radar and take a look at that winter precipitation moving into McDuffie County as well. So if you're in Thompson, you are more than likely about to see precipitation here in the next 10 minutes there in Thompson.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull up our live stream right now that we have on Facebook and see if, there we go, let me mute that. I'm going to go to the comment section real quick, see if we have anyone taking any reports.
Yeah, if you're on Facebook watching right now, in the comments, go ahead and tell us what you're seeing outside. So just let us know.
And everyone that's kind of commenting, the temperature that you are reading at your home, also very useful. Going back to our temperature map, we don't necessarily have a lot of official observation sites in our area at the moment. So looking at this map, you can see there's not necessarily a ton of observations out there, but these are our official National Weather Service ASOS stations. But if you have a weather station at your home, especially if you're up in Lincoln, McCormick, Edgefield, Saluda, even Columbia, Richmond, McDuffie, Aiken County, we'd love to know what your temperature says at your house, because once again, it says 29 in Washington. That's a little bit warmer, Malik, than what it was just about an hour or two ago. So we like that, but it's still 3 degrees below freezing. And I think now that the precipitation has already been falling for maybe close to an hour or so, we're not necessarily going to see a huge increase in those temps, at least not for a good amount of time.
Yeah, and at the station right now, we've crept up to 30.2. Still below freezing, not where we want to be, but it is about half a degree from where we were about an hour and a half ago.
So we got a report of mist there in Harlem. Fog and freezing drizzle from Mark. 32 in Augusta. So Derek's asking, so if it's 32 in Augusta, does that mean we're going to get freezing rain? That's the thing, Derek. I think since we're in the low 30s right now in Augusta, as this rain moves in, it likely will help bump up temperatures a degree or two. We just saw that happen in Washington. They went from about 27 an hour ago to up to 29 once this rain did start. So the thinking is, if you're in the low 30s, you should most likely be able to get at least up to about maybe 33, 34 degrees, which as long as we're over 32 degrees, then that's just plain old cold rain out there. But if you're in the mid upper 20s, then you're likely going to stay below freezing as this precipitation does start. Johnson, South Carolina, Drew saying his is reading 27 degrees. So yeah, up there in Edgefield County, I think y'all definitely have a good shot of seeing some more accumulating ice. 29 degrees at house in northern Columbia County. Thank you for that, Drew. Two Drews reporting some cold temps. One in Edgefield, one in Columbia County. Thank y'all.
I mean, it's that fog is ominous.
It is. Here, we'll go back to our cam. We'll let Malik kind of bounce around some of these tower cams right here.
Yeah, that fog looking west down I-20 is pretty ominous. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie The Mist, but that is what I imagine when I see this type of fog here and how dense that is, especially looking west down I-20. We'll take a look. This is from SRP Park. Still looking okay on the river there in Augusta, but I mean, that fog looking from the lake here on the Thurman Dam is
that's gotten a little bit thicker. I wonder if it's kind of pulling up ahead of that main line of precipitation out there. And I mean, we should be able to see that line get closer and closer towards our Thurman Dam view within at least about the next 30 minutes, most likely, maybe a little bit sooner. So we'll definitely be keeping a close eye on this camera to see what it looks like. What's been an interesting view, though, is our Beach Island camera, and actually that looks like a lot of stuff is melted.
Yeah, looks like some stuff is melted.
So that warm nose kind of building into the upper levels most likely, because that camera is 750 feet up, and you can actually see the melting ice there kind of falling down off the tower. That's really interesting. This was all frozen just a couple of hours ago, so that warm nose is trying to do its thing, but that wedge is holding on just right at the surface. It's just such a very shallow layer of cold air. But that warm nose with this front moving through is really trying to take over that cold air, but the wedge, it wins that fight 9 times out of 10. And right now at the surface, many spots are still at freezing, but you go up 750 feet up, looks like you're above freezing right there. So that's actually a really interesting view from our Beach Island camera.
Yeah, I wish we had a thermometer up there. I wish we could,
I know, yeah.
could throw a thermometer up there and see how just above freezing, because we've seen some crazy skew T diagrams, which is
definitely
how, especially further north of here in the Charlotte area, where they're into the upper teens, but you go up a couple hundred feet, 1,000 feet, and the temperature was over 10 degrees plus above freezing. So you're talking about a 30-degree temperature difference between the surface and going up just a couple hundred to 1,000 feet.
It's crazy. I saw a graphic that another meteorologist posted comparing it to if you're at the Empire State Building and like on the ground you're below freezing, but you go up to the top floor, you're in the 50s with the soundings that we're expecting with this event. So just wild. But reading some more of these reports, some of these look to be a little bit older. But once again, if you're anywhere in the northern CSRA or in the central CSRA that is currently underneath an ice storm warning, we'd love to know what your weather station at your home says and kind of what your temperature is out there. Got one car passing over the dam right now, but 39 degrees in Lincolnton. I'm not sure if that's too accurate. Y'all are definitely, I think, below freezing right now, but Mark's reporting fog and freezing drizzle. And then the last couple of ones we got from Johnson and Evans. But we'll go back to our, we'll look at the power outage map. Has that changed all too much?
It has some more power outages for the Atlanta Metro. Not seeing any for any in our area.
I did see a report in the Weather Service chat from Oglethorpe County that they were starting to notice that 78 going through Oglethorpe County was actually starting to ice over a little bit. So I would imagine that kind of continues into Washington County too. So that main kind of highway that goes through Wilkes County, Highway 78, towards Athens, looking pretty icy right now, according to their emergency managers.
Yeah, if you've ever driven to Athens from Augusta, or from Athens to Augusta, you know, Highway 78 pretty well, especially going to a Georgia football game there. So especially areas around the speed trap, the well-known speed trap of rail, where you got to drop down to 45 and 35 miles an hour, and there's a Wilkes County sheriff sitting right there without sitting right there every single time. So that's 78. That's what Riley was just talking about. When you're leaving Oglethorpe County going into there, we could see those road conditions starting to deteriorate there as well.
Just got a report from McCormick that it's currently raining, so it does look like that is falling as rain and freezing on contact most likely. We'll go back to radar and kind of show you all what this looks like. So, already made it up to McCormick there, Mount Carmel too, so all around Hickory Nub through Parkville, Modoc, Hamilton Branch. Looks like it's just about to creep into Parksville right there, and then it will just kind of continue down the line. Now, what's interesting is that our Harlem radar is showing maybe it is sleet right now over Lincolnton and kind of southern Wilkes County, northern McDuffie County. So once again, just kind of how thick is that warm nose aloft? Is it thick enough to melt everything, or is it just kind of skinny enough where it melts it briefly and then everything can refreeze down into those sleet pellets?
It is also interesting, the radius around the Harlem radar. So it makes me think, is it starting to get up higher into the atmosphere there? We're starting to see maybe that change there of sleet and freezing rain. Or
it kind of lines up with our other radar sites too. This is kind of using our surrounding radar sites in Columbia, Macon, Peachtree City, Greenville, and kind of showing a very similar kind of sleet, snow, rain line, right? Or sleet, freezing rain, and just plain old rain line.
A nasty wintry mess is pretty much what's going on.
Yeah, and it's getting closer and closer. I really wish we had our Grovetown camera. Unfortunately, our Grovetown camera's been down for several months. We're still waiting to get someone on top of the tower to replace that camera because it got hit by lightning over the summertime. So we're hoping to get that back soon. But right now, our closest camera to this line of rain moving towards the Augusta Metro would most likely be our Wheeler Road camera. We'll see what that one looks like. I'm not sure which tab it is. Right there, I think. Oh, is that? Wow.
Yeah, it's.
Look at this, folks. This is our Wheeler Road cam, and you can't even barely see the ground. I don't know if I've ever seen fog that thick there from Wheeler Road. So you can't even see I-20.
Nope.
Usually just past that tree line, you can kind of make that out right there, just barely.
Can't see Wheeler Road either.
Can't see Wheeler Road. So, man, this is some very thick freezing fog. We'll go back to see what our temperatures look like here around the metro. And right now it's still saying right at 31 degrees at Bushfield, 29 in Aiken, 30 in Thompson. So we're kind of holding on to those freezing temps. But as we were kind of mentioning earlier, as this rain starts to push in, should be able to warm up your temperature a degree or two. So if you're right at 31 or 32, you most likely will be able to bump up to 33 or 34. And as long as you're above that 32 degree threshold, you're sitting pretty with just plain old rain. But if you're below it, you're worried about freezing rain and some frozen precipitation out there. Closer look at it. So right over Thompson, and as you were kind of mentioning, Malik, I wonder if this is, since we have a number of radar sites on this, that it's kind of confusing itself with where that changeover is. So what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to try to turn off some of these. So it actually doesn't change it all too much. So this is just looking at the Columbia radar, and that's pretty much holding steady with what it's expecting. So we'll kind of turn these back on. Let's see kind of the rain rates with this. Over a quarter inch an hour. So that's the thing. I mean, if you stay freezing and you got those rain rates quarter inch an hour, then You likely won't see ice accrete at that rate, especially if it's that heavy. But I mean, if it lasts for several hours, you could definitely get those type ice totals out there. But looking at kind of the precipitation rate up towards the lake, where we are looking at more sleet and freezing rain, definitely lower decibels right there, but still 0.06 of an inch right now, just north of Washington, looking at about 0.2 of an inch per hour. But I mean, it's just so interesting to see how this is really hugging that I-20 corridor. It always seems like it's I-20 is the dividing line. That's pretty much where the wedge stops and goes north. Very interesting to see that I-20 corridor, what we have been mentioning all week long. If you're near or north of I-20, that's where we're expecting those impacts with the ice. Even further south, maybe you had some slight glaze or maybe some misty, some patchy freezing fog and mist out there earlier today, but now it looks like just plain old rain. I would imagine most of those areas south of I-20 are getting above freezing. We'll kind of go back, check on our temperatures right here. So Thompson just bumped up to 32 degrees. They were just at 30 last time we looked at this map. So once again, as this precipitation starts, should help warm up your surface temperatures a tad, but you can see Washington's holding steady right there at 29 degrees. 32, we got Amber, thank you for that. 32 in the city of Waynesboro right now at her station. So that lines up with this map. So 31 Augusta, 32 Waynesboro, 34 Millen. So that freezing line is trying to nudge further north, making it to I-20.
Yeah, still can't see much on the Wheeler Road camera.
That's wild. I've never seen fog that thick from that camera. Thank you, Gina. Drizzle beginning at Keg Creek and Appling. Breeze picking up and appears fog becoming more dense over the lake. Yeah, so that's what we're seeing. Also some really low visibility. Actually, we can pull up our visibility. We'll kind of take a look at what that looks like right now. I would imagine less than a quarter mile. Oh, perfect. All right, so what you're looking at right now is mile marker 189 in Columbia County. This is I-20, so this is just past exit 190 there in Grovetown. And you can see the fog kind of hanging on thick right there. A live look. I'm trying to see if we see any precipitation on that camera. Obviously not the highest resolution right there, but looks like maybe power company truck right there. And definitely looks like some pretty slick roads, but as we've been mentioning is that obviously they've been laying a lot of brine over the last day. They're going to add more brine once this wave of rain does push out of the area. So hopefully your major roadways like your I-20s, your major highways like 25, 78, hopefully those do end up being okay once they add more brine to them. Thank you for pulling up that shot for us, Gary. Can we go back to the weather graphics real quick? Thank you, sir. So looking at that fog, down to 0 mile visibility right now in Barnwell and Allendale, quarter mile in Sylvania, 3/4 of a mile in Thompson. Says a mile visibility at Daniel Field. That's really interesting considering Wheeler Road is just a little bit down the road from that, and we can see how thick the fog is there from our Wheeler Road camera. Raining now in Thompson. Thank you for that, Tobias. So right now in Thompson, you're still right at freezing. Maybe able to see some additional ice happen, but we're hoping that places like Thompson, Augusta will be able to creep up at least up to 33 degrees to help limit these impacts. But right now you still are at 32 there in Thompson. Harley reporting from McCormick saying wind is starting to pick up and rain starting. So yes, absolutely. So kind of the leading edge of this line of precipitation, we are expecting some pretty gusty wind. And that's also the concern with any ice that starts to tally up on itself, is that with that wind, maybe gusting 20, 25 miles an hour, that can just amplify those ice impacts out there. So right there in McCormick, you're definitely seeing some wet weather, and it looks like our model now even kind of maybe shooting into a little bit warmer layer as it gets a little bit further up. Just kind of showing you the gradual progression. And notice further west down I-20, how it kind of started as freezing rain, and then it looked like that freezing line nudged just a little bit further north and north, just past Sparta, whereas Sparta initially maybe saw some freezing rain conditions. But man, that's some really heavy rain right now in Hancock County.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at what our temperature is outside the station, see if it's crept up a little more. 30.6, so we were at 30.2.
Okay, so we're creeping up here in Augusta.
So creeping up there outside the station.
Amanda Poole reporting from MoDOC, also McCormick County, saying it's pretty bad. So we actually had a video sent in from McCormick early this morning, and this was one of the few reports we actually got of some pretty decent sleet and freezing rain early this morning. This was sent in by Miss Anna Lush, and this was coming down at a pretty good pace early this morning, and we've seen additional pictures throughout the day of icicles hanging off of people's homes there in McCormick. So the fact that y'all saw this event early on into the morning, and then you stayed below freezing all day, and now you got this second wave showing up, you're still below freezing. That's definitely where the highest concern is right now for those northern counties like Wilkes, Lincoln, McCormick County, also Edgefield and Saluda County too. So want to make sure everyone there just staying hunkered down, try not to get on the roadways if you can. And if you, obviously, these counties somewhat rural, there's a lot of trees around people's homes. So if you still have any trees that have been somewhat vulnerable after Helene, maybe you got some hangers from a big pine tree or a big oak tree that you look at and you're like, yeah, kind of one big wind event that may be able to bring it down. Well, just make sure you're staying clear of those because this wind combined with the ice can definitely bring them down. And we're hoping they just don't fall down on any power lines. We're hoping we don't have any power outages out there, but that is also a decent potential we have.
Another update from the National Weather Service in Columbia. They made mention of the Thompson-McDuffie County Airport. Just reported a gust to 30 knots with the leading edge of the precipitation.
Wow. Okay, so here we'll go back to our wind map here and see if that is reflected on this. Yeah, there you go. So it looks like Thompson did have a gust up to 35. Yeah, so some pretty strong wind on the leading edge of this, folks. This is a strong line of showers, and hey, possibly even hear some rumbles of thunder out there.
Exactly. Let us know. Let us know in the comments. If you hear some thunder, let us know out there as well. With the temperatures, with what you're seeing outside, if you're seeing rain, if you're seeing sleet, if you're still seeing those temperatures below freezing, let us know in the comments exactly what you're seeing out there.
Some thunder sleet, some thunder freezing rain. I know I was looking at radar late last night, and across a good portion of Mississippi and Louisiana, man, they had lightning up and down a line of heavy sleet and freezing rain. Their temps were in the teens, but it wasn't falling as snow, and that's just kind of another aspect of kind of this setup and how unique it is that could see maybe some thunder sleet out there. So yeah, if you hear any thunder outside, let us know.
Start to see some precipitation fall out there on the downtown SRP Park cam.
Yeah. Here's a look at what Malik was just talking about. So yeah, a little bit better precipitation there, and I would imagine it's kind of glazed over. And that's why it's just kind of foggy like that. Usually when we get rain on that camera, you can at least still see it somewhat clearly through the raindrops, but not the case right there. I would imagine that may have a light glaze of ice on the camera lens. And it looks like it's frozen.
Exactly.
Here, what's that lake cam look like?
There it goes.
There we go. So there's the lake cam, and
you start to see the lake moving there.
Yeah, definitely seeing some more white caps. And that's so interesting to see that the strong wind with the fog. Usually we see fog on the lake, it's just slick, calm. You've cooled off to your dew point and
kind of see it moving over the lake.
Yeah. Wow, that is just such a unique perspective right there. And shaking the camera a little bit.
Let's see if I can get the camera pointed directly into the wind.
Yeah, shaking the lake camera right there. So yeah, we just got those reports. Thank y'all for sending those in. Y'all were saying the wind was really picking up in places like McCormick. Also, I believe someone in Keg Creek there, Northern Columbia County was saying that. So, yeah, verified 100% right there on our lake camera. Windy, sleet, and Deering, so that's just south of Thompson there in southern McDuffie County. Thank you for that report, William. Melissa saying wind is picking up between Harlem and Thompson. That checks out. We just had a really strong gust in Thompson, actually at 35 miles an hour. What about Augusta? Malaysian asking about Augusta. For us here in Augusta, the rain is heading our way. And right now, we're still below freezing here in Augusta. So there could be possibly some ice accumulations that will continue. It looks like that rain actually getting closer and closer. It's starting to spread across the Augusta metro. But just take a look at that fine line where it kind of transitions right along I-20. You got generally rain south, but freezing rain and sleet north of it. And our temperatures that we just saw from our sensor here outside of our station was still at about, what, 30.6?
Yep, 30.6. So I'm going to take a look at it again.
See if that's changed at all now that we got some precipitation.
30.9.
All right, so still bumping up a little bit. We'll see what it looks like outside of our station, see if we got any precipitation falling. Oh, thank you, Anthony, for sending us that video. We'll definitely check that out. D. Davis just says, my daughter is in Albany and just got a tornado warning.
Oh, wow.
So yeah. And we were talking about that earlier in this, is that we got a tornado watch southwest of I-16 and then ice warnings here around I-20. So separated by just 100 miles, we go from ice warnings to tornado warnings. Very impressive system that this is bringing. Here's that live look outside of our studio. So Malik just checked it. We're still just a hair under 31 degrees. So we're still below freezing here. It looks like we still got some of this fog, low-hanging cloud cover, and the precipitation should start picking up here over the next couple of minutes. So this line is moving fairly quickly. And once again, the leading edge of it, we are expecting some pretty gusty wind. And we just had a gust up to 35 miles an hour there in Thompson. So we are anticipating that to continue just marching across down I-20 into the Carolinas next. And Aiken, you were one of those spots that was still holding steady in the mid-20s here just about an hour or two ago. So you're also kind of in that threat for maybe some additional ice impacts and what we're going to have to be watching over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, definitely seeing those conditions on I-20 slowly deteriorate and really marching down I-20, really at a steady pace here. Slowly seeing our temperatures increase just a little bit here at the station there as we begin to see some more precipitation begin to fall. Hopefully we can get above 32 degrees so that we can be safe from any hazardous conditions out here on the roads. But still watching here as this precipitation begins to move towards the river. Would love to see some more reports out of Wilkes County and Lincoln counties and into McCormick County out there as well, to see what you guys are seeing on the ground and what the road conditions may look like there as well.
Definitely so. We got a question from Shay. What's the difference between the pink colors and the purple colors? So on our radar, you'll notice that it kind of goes from rain to heavy rain south of I-20. That's highlighted in the green, the yellows, the reds. But then it does transition to this pink and purple, and a lot of that purple has kind of gone away. So likely just continuing to warm up our upper atmosphere. But the purple was showing where the potential for some sleet was happening. But what's going to continue occurring is that in the upper levels, this is starting to warm up our atmosphere just above the surface. And so in order to get sleet, you have to have just kind of a thin layer of warm air aloft, and that allows all that precipitation that melts through that warm layer to have time to refreeze before it hits the ground, and we call that sleet. Now with freezing rain, what you're seeing there in the pink color, that warm layer, a lot thicker. So it just stays as plain old rain until it hits the ground, and since our surface temperatures are at freezing, it freezes on contact. So that's the difference between the purple and the pink. Purple was where sleet could be falling. Pink is where it's most likely freezing rain at the moment.
Yeah, and so you're going to start to see this precipitation beginning to fall out there in Edgefield. It's on your doorstep there in Edgefield. It's already come through a lot of western Edgefield County, Saluda. It's about to be on your doorstep as well there. So areas like Batesburg, Leesville, you're probably already seeing some light precipitation falling, maybe some mist and some drizzle out there, like we've seen for most of the day, but starting to see that heavier precip really come in and that fog really roll in here over the next 30 minutes to an hour.
Just got a report, someone say it's absolutely pouring in Thompson and 100%. Yeah, definitely some pretty good clip there in central McDuffie County. We can actually query this and see if we can kind of get us show a rain rate. So about a 1/4 inch per hour over in Warrenton. You're looking at more of kind of over 3/10 of an inch per hour. So yeah, definitely some pretty heavy rain for temps to be in the 30s right now. Definitely not something we see necessarily on a usual January day out there. But notice how that transition from sleet to rain just kind of continues to be divided by I-20. If you have any weather stations at your home and you just now kind of joining us over the last couple of minutes, we've been asking people to share kind of where you're located and what your weather station says at your home and what your temperature is, because this is going to be the fine line of who sees more ice and who sees plain old cold rain, is who's able to stay below freezing out there. And right now it looks like mainly a concern for the northern CSRA north of I-20, places like Washington, Lincolnton, Modoc, McCormick, Edgefield, Saluda, Ward, Johnston, Trenton. But even for us here in Augusta, North Augusta, cannot rule out maybe some ice does linger. We've been checking our thermometer here at our station, and it is still below freezing as this precipitation is now starting to come down across the metro.
Might have to head outside here in a minute and take a look at see what's falling out there. Then you guys will hear it firsthand. If I do walk outside, I will keep my mic on, and you'll be able to hear exactly what I see. Here, as we see this fall get closer and closer to the building.
Pouring in Lincolnton, pouring in Thompson. Brian's asking about Grovetown. In Grovetown, you may be just far enough south of I-20 to where maybe you have bumped up to just right a degree or two above freezing. But here around the Augusta Metro, we're still holding on to temps anywhere from 32 to 30 degrees. So you might be in the mix with us. But what's occurring right now is obviously the entire region's been underneath the wedge today, and that has kept our temperatures in the 20s in a lot of spots, and even low 30s a good portion of the afternoon, even as far south as Jenkins, Screven, Allendale County. But as the second wave has started to show up, this main cold front's moving in and is trying to bring in what we call some warm air advection. So we're seeing a little bit of a turn with our surface winds. Instead of out of the northeast reinforcing the wedge, we have more of a southeasterly wind that's trying to push that really dense wedge further north away from the area. But since the wedge is just a lot colder, it's a lot denser, and it's harder to move. It is very tough to budge. So that's why we have kind of continued this lingering ice threat north of I-20 for this second round of rain and possibly some thunderstorms that are going to be rolling through.
Yep. I'll tell you what I'm going to do here. I'm going to go outside and I'm going to check and see what kind of precipitation we're going to get here in Augusta.
Yeah.
And
seeing a few drops on the lens. So yeah,
yep.
Go check that out, and then
I'll leave the tower cam up, and then I'll try and give you all a little wave from outside. So
all right.
I'll be right back.
Here, give us a little temp reading before you head out.
Oh yeah. Let's see, we got 31.3.
Okay, so we continue to increase. Right now we're at 31.3 outside of our studios. So that's the thing, as this rain continues, it should help bump up temperatures a degree or two. So if you are sitting right at freezing, as this rain continues, should be able to get you just over that freezing mark of 32 degrees. But if you're in the 20s, that's where you'll likely stay below freezing for a good portion of this event. But you can see Washington up there in Wilkes County, you started at 27 degrees before this rain arrived. Now that this rain is starting to push further in, now you've crept up all the way to 30 degrees, which is still below freezing, still continuing freezing rain impacts, icing up our roadways, but you have seen your temperatures increase some. We just need them to continue increasing a little bit more. Here around Augusta, we're at 31 degrees. Aiken, you're at 30. Aiken, you were in the upper 20s, so positive trend there that you are starting to increase. But you go as far south as places like Millen and Sylvania, Swainsboro, they're currently at 37 degrees. And I'll see if I actually have, I'll show you kind of a little bit wider look at the map here. And just this really kind of emphasizes where the wedge is and what it's doing. So we just had a report from a viewer said her daughter's in Albany. They just had a tornado warning. You can see they're in the low 60s right now in Albany. Macon's at 40. Here in Augusta, we're below freezing right at 31. But you see that dividing line where it kind of goes from green to blue. Well, that is that warm air advection trying to push this wedge out of the way, but a lot of times it just gets dammed up against the Appalachian Mountains and just doesn't really go anywhere. But as rain falls through the wedge, that's what really helps erode it and can help bump up our temperatures a little bit. But notice even Columbia, they're at 28 degrees still. Charlotte's at 23. So the ice concern through the I-85 corridor really continues to ramp up as we head into tonight. Their temperatures definitely will be several degrees below freezing as this continues to fall. All right, thank you, Jesse, for that report. Sitting right at 30, right at McBean Creek on Burke County side. No wind here. Glad you're not seeing any wind just yet, but man, still 30 degrees right there at the Richmond and Burke County line. That is cold and showing you that that freezing line still a little bit south of I-20 at the moment. Roxanne asking about Wadley, Georgia. Wadley there in southern Jefferson County. I would imagine that y'all do stay above freezing for this second wave. You are underneath a winter weather advisory, so cannot rule out maybe some minor impacts initially in the way of some slick spots. But right now we are anticipating you to get above freezing as this rain does pick up. You can see just a little bit south of you, Swainsboro is at 37 degrees. So I would imagine right there in Wadley, you are just a tick above freezing to kind of prevent any of this additional rain freezing right there. In Barnwell, South Carolina, same thing with Barnwell. Barnwell, right now you're at 32, but as this rain starts to move in, you should definitely likely increase your temp to above freezing. And you're still underneath a winter weather advisory, so kind of same thing as Jefferson County. Maybe some slick spots right now, but as this rain pushes in, should be able to see your temps bump up above freezing. Thank you, Joy, for that report. 31 in Aiken, freezing mist. All right, getting a report that wind's picking up there off of 5 Notch Road. How'd it look, Malik?
All of it falling as rain out there. So
did it look like it was trying to freeze at all?
Surfaces are still wet. That's a good sign. I didn't see any ice.
That's good.
Building up there outside.
Good deal. Going back to our wind, we just got a report here off 5 Notch. The wind was starting to pick up a little bit. Lisa's asking, should the roads be okay to travel by 8 a.m. tomorrow? Depends on where you live. I would say if you are north of I-20, maybe a little bit dicey initially early Monday morning, considering that's where the coldest air is at the moment. And you have the best chance to maybe get those temperatures down to freezing by early tomorrow morning. I'll kind of show you our in-house model right here of what it expects for temps. And right now it does bring the northern CSRA just below freezing by Monday morning. So here's the rain passing through this evening into tonight. We likely won't be completely done with this rain until likely after midnight. But remember, behind all this rain, it should gradually warm everyone up above freezing once we get towards around the midnight hour. But then, as this main front starts to push further east into the region, that will allow our temperatures to get down close to freezing in some spots early Monday morning. I don't think freezing temperatures would necessarily last a significant amount of time, so there won't necessarily be a super long window for roads to stay really bad, but since overnight tonight, we'll have cloud cover, some wind, Temps will be above freezing for a good while. I would imagine the roads are okay in most spots, especially since we did get a report that Georgia DOT is going to be out brining again behind this second wave of rainfall. So if you travel major roads, I think you should be okay for the most part, but it's going to be in our rural counties in the northern reaches of the area to where it may just be a little bit dicey in a few spots.
Yep. So starting to see reports of a few people losing power. By a few, I do mean a few. So we got 19 people without power in Wilkes County right now.
Okay.
Looks like we have 6 in Warren County and 23 in Columbia County.
So probably, I mean, maybe a little bit of combo of strong gusts ahead of that, some glazing on surfaces, some ice accumulations. Pretty common thing to see with this type combo we have going out there with this line. Yeah.
Just fortunate that we're not seeing more power outages. It's a good sign.
Yeah, definitely. Here, I'll kind of mirror the map that Malik is looking at so y'all can see the power outages that he's talking about. So there in, let's see, Wilkes County, looks like 19 customers out, so less than 1% of the customers there. Warren County, 6 people, 23 people in Columbia County. So very low percentage of people without power. But hey, when we talk about isolated power outages, there it is. I mean, isolated to where it's not widespread, but definitely a few people could lose power in a few spots out there. Anything on the Carolina side?
So just 2 people in McCormick County.
2 people in McCormick, 6 people, what was that in Edgefield or Saluda? Was that Lexington?
I think that was Lexington, yeah. Yep.
Thank you, Chip, for that. Stevens Creek Road, windy and rain, but just rain and no ice mixed in. Thank you for that report. Tamara, wind and freezing rain coming down North Augusta on the Aiken-Edgefield County line. So right there, probably near exit 5. We're off of 5 Notch.
And the lake went from pretty calm to white tops, and now you can actually see it. The fog's
Cleared that
coming
out
through on the other side of that. Once you get past the front end of that line. Ferocious.
So Gina there in Appling, northern Columbia County, Keg Creek, saying that doesn't appear to be any sleet, but looks like areas on the deck appear to be a little slushy inside of just wet. So I think that checks out 100% there in northern Columbia County. You're likely still below freezing, and you've had some freezing rain, maybe some sleet mixed in, and that will create a very icy mess. Ooh, starting to develop ice on tree limbs off Skinner Mill. So that is Augusta proper right there off Skinner Mill Road. Thank you for that report there, Beth.
All right, so we got one of our weather spotters just sent us an email, a report here at about 5 minutes ago. The intersection of Sibley Road and Whitesboro Road, about 33 degrees and mist.
Okay, there we go. So we like 33. 33 degrees is good. Steady raining in northern McDuffie County, slushy ice accumulation on my porch. Wind is picked up too. Thank you, Amanda, for that. Ice on plants here in Thompson and wind gusts. So yeah, Thompson just kind of hugging that line right there, probably still right at freezing.
Yeah, that's where your house, you may be getting all rain, you may get a quarter of an inch of rain by the end of it, and your papa and your Mimi on the northern end of the county might be getting some slushy stuff and some sleet up there. So that's the fine line we're talking about. Just a Sunday's drive to Mimi and Papa's is really the difference between seeing the rain and the frozen stuff.
Man, same thing. I mean, driving up Appling Harlem Highway, right there at exit 180. I mean, in Appling, you got a slushy mess. Down in Harlem, just some heavy rain, some gusty wind. So just that short a drive can make all the difference with these temperatures that we're expecting. If you're anywhere in Harlem, I'd love to know if you have a weather station there, kind of what your temperature is saying.
Yeah, the weather doesn't follow human boundaries, but I-20 seems to love
Somehow.
to be the dividing line.
Thank you, Shelia, for that. Wind starting to pick up with rain sleet off of Rainbow Falls Road in Edgefield County. Edgefield County, I think you're definitely in that spot, kind of with the rest of the northern CSRA, places like Washington, McCormick, Saluda. You're kind of in those northern reaches, several miles north of I-20, to where your temperatures are going to be trying to lock into that wedge of getting and staying below freezing for a good portion of this event. So we're really encouraging everyone, since this rain is coming down pretty heavy, that can lead to a quick uptick in some ice accumulations, and you factor in some gusty winds kind of moving through with this line, that's just enough to knock down some weak tree limbs, maybe sag and kind of knock down power in a few spots. Luckily, we haven't seen a ton of that so far today, and hopefully we don't see that uptick anymore.
So we got another Skywarn report straight from the National Weather Service chat from Martinez around 4:18. Wind gust approximately 35, freezing rain, and reported tree down near Riverwalk Parkway at Clark Point.
Oh, wow. Okay, so they are reporting a tree down there. Here, let's see what our obs are saying. So that's Bushfield observations. Right now they're saying 31, dew point 31, southeast winds at 5. And the southeast wind, though, that's the ticket. Northeast wind, you got the wedge. Southeast wind, the wedge is trying to creep away from you. Let's see what our winds are doing too. Kind of now that it is getting closer to the metro, we at least have Danielfield and Bushfield here at the metro to kind of give us some better wind gusts. But still in Thompson, I mean, you're seeing gusts at 24 miles an hour, sustained wind over 15 too. So definitely some really breezy conditions up ahead of this line in at least certain spots.
Yeah. Let's take a look and see if we can actually see the interstate from the Wheeler Road cam now. And we can.
Wow. Yeah, that cleared up, didn't it? Here, we'll go back to the Wheeler Road cam. Okay, another report coming up right at the Edgefield and Aiken County line, and they're saying they are starting to notice some ice accumulate on branches. Our operations manager, he's in my ear kind of helping us out with this stream, and he lives right there at that Edgefield Aiken County line, just reported that starting to see some ice accumulate on some stuff out there. So that is the concern. And notice on the Wheeler Road camera, treetops blowing around a little bit, so getting a little bit breezy here around the metro. Not expecting this to be snow. This would either be rain or freezing rain, possibly seeing some sleet mix in at time, but unfortunately not expecting snow. We did see a little bit of snow early this morning in Aiken County. We had a little bit different setup for that to occur, but a much different atmosphere now that this second wave is pushing through. Unfortunately, it won't be conducive for snow to form. Nothing but mist in Beach Island. Thank you for that, Ashley. Rain coming down in Johnston. Thank you, Draka. Raining in Waynesboro. Taylor, appreciate that. Hopefully in Waynesboro, you starting to get above freezing. I think you should be far enough south to where your temp should be above freezing there in central Burke County. But we did get a report just a little while ago right there at the Richmond and Burke County line that they were still at around 31 degrees. Okay. Got another report from Appling. Apparently someone left a comment here that their power went out briefly, but then it came back on. And that was something else we were kind of talking about. Our potential for power outages with this event is that it wasn't looking like a scenario to where you'd be without power for days on end. This would be most likely a situation to where power crews could get your power back on relatively quickly, at least within 12 to 24 hours. So I think there was mass panic early into the week. Everyone went out, got their generators. They learned their lesson from the 2014 ice storm, from Helene as well. They wanted to be prepared, and I think that is amazing. I'm glad everyone did take this seriously and were prepared. But as we got closer to the forecast over the last several days, it just kind of came into better detail that this wasn't necessarily going to be a catastrophic event for us by any means. Maybe a nuisance to kind of disruptive in nature to where we could see a few outages, but nothing that would last a significant amount of time. And we were looking at just kind of some dangerous travel conditions in a few spots. But overall, impacts not necessarily super bad at the moment, but the thing is with this second wave moving through, it just kind of is adding that extra potential for maybe getting those higher ice totals, maybe seeing a couple power outages, maybe some roadways slicking up. And that's kind of what we're monitoring with this second wave pushing through, especially north of I-20.
Yep. We're up to 31.5 now at the station. Okay,
here we go. And actually coming down a little bit better there from the cam. You can at least see some raindrops on the lens right there. It definitely looks wet outside. So 31.5, that's gone up, what, 2 degrees over the last 2-3 hours?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's steadily trying to creep up. And I would imagine we're just half a degree away from that freezing mark. And I mean, it doesn't even necessarily take that. If you get to 32.5,
exactly,
then you're above freezing. So that 32 degree mark is critical. Kind of go back to radar here, just give you a quick update on who's seeing what. And it looks like maybe some sleet trying to mix back in here over northern McDuffie County. Possibly close to Appling, up there southern Wilkes.
After this, we'll have to research the big Thompson sleet bubble up there.
I know. Yeah. Right there centered around Bellmead Golf Club. Here, we'll kind of loop this. So this is an hour loop of what's been happening. And it's just so crazy to see it just stay right on I-20. That's just wild to see. But remember, the pink color is freezing rain. Purple is sleet. There is a potential for some sleet to mix in at times. But once you get into the greens and yellows, the reds, that's kind of our normal radar that you are used to seeing that we show on the network. And that's just anywhere from light to heavy rain. With that color table there. So it's the pinks and the purples we're worried about for additional ice accumulations and causing some slick spots and maybe some additional outages across the area. So if you're south of that, across the southern CSRA, likely staying above freezing in most spots like Sandersville, Rennes, Louisville, Waynesboro, Millen, Allendale. I know when we looked at Barnwell County just a little bit ago, they were still right at 32, but kind of for what has happened here in Augusta is that we've seen our temperature go up, not necessarily super quick, but it has been ticking up as this rain is starting to push in. But right now, Bushfield, we're still reporting 31. We're still 30 in Aiken. But look at Washington. Mm-hmm. They were the coldest spot around town, and now they're kind of warmer than what Aiken is.
They were just at 27 degrees not too long ago.
Yeah, so we like to see that unfolding, and that's what we're kind of anticipating, that temperatures will warm up a little bit as this rain continues, but it was going to be those cold spots like Washington that would be able to hold on to freezing temperatures long enough as this rain was falling in order to get those jump up in ice totals. Same thing in Lincolnton, McCormick, Edgefield, and Saluda. The thing is, we just don't have official observation sites in those areas to kind of confirm what those temps are.
Exactly. This is why we've been watching it so carefully over the past week, because 46, 45, nobody cares about the difference. But when it's 31, 32, 33, that is a world of a difference. And now you add the surface, the mid layers, what's the temperature in the higher reaches of the atmosphere, what's going on there. Yep. So that's really what goes into forecasting, what complicates the forecast, and what makes a setup like this really hard, because it's not just the temperature that's happening where we all live at on the ground here. It's also what's happening well above our head.
And this is a great graphic to kind of explain that. So let's see if I can get my pointer here. So for what's happening south of I-20, you have warm air basically just below the cloud, all the way down to the ground, you're above freezing. So fun fact, before I get into this, fun fact, everything that falls from the bottom of a cloud usually starts as snow, because as you go way up high into our atmosphere where the lifted condensation level is, the LCL, usually that is below freezing, so everything's falling as snow, but it falls through that warmer layer as you get closer to the ground, and it does lead to it melting. And if you're above freezing at the ground, just stays plain old rain. Now what we're seeing kind of going back and forth around I-20 and north is this warm layer. If it's really thick, then it falls as plain rain, but then freezes on contact once it hits those freezing surface temperatures. For sleet, that warm nose is just a little bit thinner and a little bit higher and elevated a little bit higher into the atmosphere to where it will melt that snow initially, but then it has enough cold air before it hits the ground to refreeze and it becomes those sleet pellets. So that warm layer is kind of fluctuating most likely in how thick and how warm it is too. And that's kind of why we're seeing maybe a switch to purple and pink on the radar. We're not expecting a situation, though, to where it's just completely below 32 degrees throughout the column of the atmosphere. That's how we get snow. And what happened this morning in Aiken is actually that we had a shallow enough layer of cold air to where it actually produced snow at kind of the bottom layer of the cloud, which is not necessarily how snow usually forms. Usually snow is a process that kind of starts in the top layer of the cloud, but this was kind of a rare setup early this morning that did lead to a little bit of dusting of snow out there in portions of Aiken County, which was pretty cool to see. Definitely nice winter wonderland in a few spots. Thank you, Cindy, for that report. Reporting, stuck her hand out the front door, felt heavy, cold rain, did not feel any ice. Oh, Candace, a great question. Why did the National Weather Service out of Columbia change the ice storm warning to end at 4 a.m. versus the initial 1 p.m. for tomorrow? So the reason is that even though we do have some spots below freezing right now, once we get a little bit further behind this rainfall, there likely will be a period of time later tonight to where everybody does bump up to freezing. Now, there could be the potential for a refreeze as we head towards early Monday morning. We are anticipating some spots to hit the freezing mark, but it would just kind of be that initial time frame up until 4 a.m. to where we could be below freezing, where some of these ice impacts linger. But we're also expecting a lot of wind tonight behind this front. We'll have some gusts, most likely 20-25 out there late tonight through through Monday afternoon. And that will help evaporate and help dry stuff out. So once we're above freezing for several hours, we add in some wind. That'll help kind of the melting process on any of our power lines or any of our trees. And then by 4 a.m., we should be done with the ice storm impacts, but there could be maybe some black ice concerns by daybreak, but they're not expected to extend it out through 1 p.m. because we will get well above freezing heading into our Monday afternoon with sunshine and temperatures hitting the low to mid 40s by the afternoon. So that's why they did adjust that timing just a little bit. Thank you, Lisa in Beach Island, saying she's at 31. Thank you for that, Brent. Go Dogs.
JT Adams says 1 degree, the difference between rain and utter misery. This is 33 degrees South Thompson.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Yep, that's all it takes.
Thank you, Keisha. Light rain in Belvedere with icicles off my eaves. Thank you, Priscilla, for that. So Belvedere, right there in Aiken County, kind of has been one of the colder spots, at least one of the spots hanging on to some of the coldest weather at the moment. Aiken now just bumped up to 30. So right now I'm not seeing any 20s on the map, which is good. But we still have some spots sitting 32 or less, and that's not necessarily a good thing. But I think they should be able to bump up here over the next couple of hours. Going back to the radar, so now we are starting to see better coverage of freezing rain and rain cross over the Savannah River. Most of Saluda, Edgefield County, and Aiken County now seeing some pretty steady rainfall out there. This is the last hour loop. You can see actually some really heavy rain through places like Washington, Jefferson, Hancock County. I'll take a closer look at Aiken here. And holding on to some pretty cold temps here around the metro. I'm going to go take a look at our observation site real quick.
Yep.
31.6, up another 10th.
Slowly creeping. Yes, continue to send us your temperature reports, what you're seeing right now, what precipitation you maybe see that's falling in your area as this continues to advance off to the east. Very heavy rainfall falling as this line begins to move through, whether that's going to fall as sleet or that falls as freezing rain. Is the difference of a 1 degree, especially as we saw there in South Thompson. So like we said earlier, forecasting this is hard, and this has been the hardest part of how stubborn the wedge was going to be. How long was the wedge going to hold the temperatures below freezing? And so we're going through that now. We're now casting that and watching that advance forward through. So it's the difference between being on the north side of your county versus the south side of your county, or as I like to say, is the difference between a Sunday's drive going from your house to your grandparents' house or your Mimi and Papa's house for after church dinner there. So that's the biggest difference. Mimi and Papa could get some ice and you get just some warm rain at 33 degrees.
At Bushfield, they just reported a gust. I already forgot it. Let's see. 26 miles an hour, and they are reporting freezing rain at Bushfield. Temp holding steady at 31. Antoinette asking, how's it looking for travel into Columbia, South Carolina for tomorrow morning? I would say traveling I-20 probably okay.
Yep.
Major interstates, major highways, those should be A-okay tomorrow morning. It's going to be your back roads, maybe some slick spots. If you are generally north of I-20, that risk is where it's going to be at its highest. But for traveling down I-20, you most likely wouldn't encounter too much in the way of black ice between here and Columbia. Wind getting bad on exit 11, steady rain. Thank you for that, Brittany. Ice forming on truck off Fury's Ferry. Thank you for that report, Michelle. And we were doing this a little bit earlier into the stream, but yeah, if you have a weather station at your house, we'd love to know what your temperature is saying and where you're located. We've kind of shown our temperature map a couple times here, and these are the only official observation sites we can pull from into our weather system. These are our ASOS sites that are controlled by the Weather Service. But if you have an at-home weather station, we'd love to know what it says, where you're located, to kind of get a better idea of kind of what temperatures may look like in places like Lincoln, McCormick, Edgefield, Saluda County. But even for us here around the Augusta area, I know our thermometer is still just a half a degree below 32 degrees right now, but Bushfield is currently reporting freezing rain in that temp at 31. Rocking and rolling there at the lake.
Yeah.
Some good white caps.
Yep, unfortunately I got to jump in it Tuesday morning.
So if you missed our live from yesterday, we hit a threshold to where Malik has to now do a polar plunge Tuesday morning when our wind chills are going to be potentially single digits.
Yeah, wind chills are going to potentially the single digits, especially for the northern reaches of the CSRA. So
yep. That is a true polar plunge. Thank you for that, Brandon. He says temperature has not got above 50 or above 30 at his house in Aiken. And here comes the ice everyone was asking for. I know it. Drew, 28 Johnston, hard rain, very windy. Thank you for that, Drew. Be careful out there. Remember, that combo of freezing rain and wind can knock down tree limbs. It can knock down power lines. So that's the biggest concern we have, especially for those places like Edgefield, McCormick, Saluda County, Lincoln County, Wilkes County. That's where we have the highest chance for seeing a couple outages out there. Oh, there we go. Someone watching on YouTube, thank you for that. Just gave an update, said they were 34 degrees in Harlem. So, and hey, that makes sense with kind of the freezing rain and just plain old rain line we're looking at on our map here. We're kind of talking about driving down the Appling-Harlem Highway. In Harlem, you're just a very cold rain in the mid-30s. You go up to Appling, you're sitting at 30 with freezing rain and possibly some sleet mixing in. So that is a relatively short drive, but has tremendous amount of difference in impacts out there. Clay Hill Campground, thank you for that. It says rain just picked up here pretty good right there in Lincolnton. Y'all stay safe up there. Anna Lush, McCormick, still 31 degrees. Thank you, Anna. And thank you for sending in that video this morning. Hope you're doing all right up there.
Yep. Y'all have no idea how much these reports really help us get a visual picture of what's actually happening on the ground. They are invaluable to being able to make sure we're matching up what radar's showing and matching what's actually hitting the ground.
Okay, rain and ice in South Aiken, 30 degrees, and then we got another report between Harlem and Grovetown, right there on Wrightsboro Road, right at 32 degrees. I wonder if they are located right there, where it transitions. So right at mainly Fieldstone Road, Grove Landing. We got a couple more reports here. Drew says still 29 here on our ADT outdoor temp sensor in northern Columbia County, close to Greenbrier High School. All right, thank you for that, Drew. Yeah, absolutely. Looks like anywhere around Evans, up towards the lake, you're still most likely dealing with freezing rain out there. Those temps still holding steady right at the freezing mark. So this is the concerning part, is that we're getting more of this ice accumulation happening. Dominic asking, should we be worried about wind gusts with the rain tonight? The biggest concern right now is the wind with this line. If we're seeing ice start to accumulate on surfaces, if we get, say, maybe just 1/10 to 2/10 of an inch of ice, a gust of 20 to 25 miles an hour is enough to just kind of amplify the impacts that ice would cause on just like a calm night. So that's really the concern with the wind. We're not expecting severe wind by any means. We've had some gusts over 30, 35 mile an hour gusts, I think, is our top wind so far. That was in Thompson just about 30, 45 minutes ago. But we're not expecting wind to be severe thunderstorm strength. The wedge is kind of eliminating our ability to see severe weather.
Yep. Just taking a look at road temps here. At the way station on I-20, 32 degrees is the air temp there. Road temp, 36 degrees.
Good. Okay, so road temps, yeah, well into the mid-30s.
So seeing good there.
Here, well, I'll kind of mirror that. I'll pull up this real quick.
Yep. And then on the I-20 at the Augusta Canal Welcome Center, so right there on the Georgia side of the Savannah River, temp 32 degrees, road temp 35 degrees.
Good.
So that's good news there. That's good news there. We want to see that road temp in the mid-30s. We don't want to see that road temp down and below freezing.
Yep.
And we've really kept that road temp has been above freezing, just above freezing, all night. 33.
So it was actually lower at one point. Mm-hmm. So I wonder if it's that warm rain falling down on it, because I mean, you think this rain is falling through that warm layer where it is above freezing above the surface. So those warmer raindrops also kind of aiding and warming up our just ambient environment here at the surface too. So that's interesting to see that road temps are actually a little bit colder earlier in the day. 30 at the Belmead Country Club. Thank you, Connie, for that. Freezing rain in North Aiken. Pouring cats and dogs in North Augusta. Karen, yeah, it definitely is. We're looking at pretty decent rain right now here across Augusta and North Augusta.
We haven't even gotten to the heaviest stuff that's on the way. That's about to be moving through for the next couple of minutes here in the Augusta Metro.
Yeah, really heavy rain right now in northern Jefferson County. Winds, I would imagine you are above freezing, but that is rain, maybe over an inch per hour. That is just so impressive to see. Wow.
Summertime thunderstorm right there.
Exactly, yeah. That is some torrential rain.
It's going to be really good, though, for our drought.
Yeah, definitely beneficial rain.
We've needed some rain like this. As long as we can keep these roads from being icy, we welcome any rain that we can get. We've been really dry for the last, 6, 7, 8, 9 months. So we definitely needed the rain here.
Definitely so. Let's kind of widen out this view of radar, see if we can see the wedge eroding at all. That colder layer looks like it's trying to, but it can be persistent, and it looks like it is still pretty persistent all the way from Athens through the CSRA and over to Columbia. Columbia is still likely dealing with some frozen precipitation or freezing on contact. Check on our wind here. Did just get about a 25 mile an hour gust, 26 mile an hour gust right there at Bushfield, sustained wind at 15. What was interesting is with the ob, with that strong gust at Bushfield, it actually said it was out of the northwest. So we would usually kind of see that behind the front, but we're seeing a big collision of this cold front with the wedge, and they were mentioning something about like almost a meso low that was going to be rotating through with this. So interesting. Ice accumulating on trees and appling at the lake. Thank you for that report, Amanda. Heavy rain and wind and winds, definitely so, Michelle. We just saw that on the radar. Deering, sleet mixed with rain. So they're in southern McDuffie County, actually seeing a little bit of some sleet. .32 and steady rain near Pine Log and Silver Bluff and Aiken. Thank you, Travis. Hope you're doing well, man. Freezing rain, Johnson, South Carolina. Thank you, Robin. Seeing ice accumulation in Martinez on trees. Thank you, 1L. I'm going to go step outside and take a look real quick.
Okay. Yeah. Seeing that freezing rain and ice accumulations, it doesn't take long, especially if you are on the south side of I-20. Again, we were talking about how razor thin the edge is, and being able to just take a short drive north before you get to those conditions that are below freezing and icy. So we're going to continue to watch as this line does push through the rest of the CSRA, where those conditions are still below freezing here across the CSRA. So let's go ahead and take a look at, let's take another look at these cameras here. Let's go back to, right back to the lake here. We can see the chop there, the white tops out there at the lake, and then downtown Augusta. Well, this cam isn't pointed into the wind, so can't really see the rain there. But this is 700 feet up over Beach Island. And so that just gives you a glimpse there. There's still some ice there. Not as much ice as we saw on the camera there earlier. But the visibility up there is 0, because if I turn it away, can't see anything. Can't see anything at all. You see that massive other tower, but it is in the clouds, as we would say. And then taking a look here over the Augusta Canal. So it looks like we're seeing those rain falling still steadily here. Gonna have some heavy rain move through, and we'll start to see it supposed to move through on our Wheeler Road cam here. Let's see if I can zoom in on these top of these trees.
Can't report very wet outside, but I got you, Gary. Wow, someone in Beach Island saying, just said her porch is just straight ice.
Wow.
That was from our YouTube stream. Outside of our studio is very wet, but I didn't necessarily notice ice accumulating on anything. Maybe just the thinnest layer on some shrubs around the station, but didn't really look like a ton of frozen stuff out there.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look here at the trees out there on the Wheeler Road cam, see if seeing anything on them. Not necessarily seeing anything on those trees.
We also just had a gust up to 28 at Bushfield and sustained wind at 20.
It's only gotten darker. Seeing that sun begin to go down.
Man, it is already, I guess we've been doing about an hour and 45 minutes. Actually 15 seconds away from an hour 45. In Clarks Hill, now rain and ice. Thank you, Deborah. Be safe up there, up towards the lake. That's definitely one of the spots we're worried about. Want to check on some power outages, see if that's changed at all.
Still not looking at any on the South Carolina side besides the two that are in McCormick County.
Good.
Then doesn't look like much is trained. 6 in Warren County, none in Tolliver, 19 in Wilkes, none in Lincoln. Columbia County still is at 23, none in Richmond to report, 0 in Burke County. And the rest of the is looking good.
Good. Thank you, James. Says 31 in northern Edgefield County. Wind's starting to pick up a little in Aiken. Here, hit refresh on this. Gary's saying he is seeing Georgia Power has about 600 people without power in Columbia County. We may have to go to the Georgia.
Yep. Yeah. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Here.
Refresh. There you go. 633.
Here we go.
And that may be because of that tree that we saw that fell earlier.
Yes. Yeah.
And Martinez.
Yep. Let's pull up the Georgia Power outage map, and I bet we can kind of zoom in and see the exact areas that that is impacted. Georgia Power outage map has a pretty decent little radar on it.
Evans.
There it is. So 610. Can you zoom in on that one?
Yep.
Leak. So it looks to be just off Williams View Parkway, right? So right where Williams View is just south of Patriot Park and Shamblin Road. So if you live right there off William View near Patriots Park, your power's out. Georgia Power is aware. They're saying about 600 customers without power right now, right there in Columbia County. South Augusta, apparently we have about 44 without power. There we go. So that is off of Doug Bernard, right near Rocky Creek. Looks to be just past the Brickyard Ponds. Mike 31, rain ice mix in Trenton off Highway 25. Thank you for that, Mike. Be safe up there. I would say y'all have the continued chance for more ice over the next hour at least. Tanya, Hefsba getting rain now. Thank you, Tanya. Deborah saying 32 in Clarks Hill, so right there in southern McCormick County. Thank you, Deborah. Rain freezing in trees and bushes here in West McDuffie County. So David's reporting that. Thank you, David. What about that outage right there just north of Thompson? What's that saying? Oh, 16.
2 different outages. Let's see.
Looks to be around the Bellmead Country Club near Augusta Tech.
Yeah, right off 78.
A few people there without power there, just north of the Thompson exit. Right now, Kitty, we don't necessarily see a ton of people on the South Carolina side of the river without power. But once again, the concern is now that the freezing rain concern has been lasting longer here on the Georgia side so far, and they've seen kind of the gustier winds ahead of this front moving in. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a slight uptick in some outages there in Aiken County over the next hour or so as this line kind of continues advancing through the region. Derek saying starting to get pretty heavy in West Augusta with a little ice. Christopher, hope you're doing well, man, and the McCleary family. He's saying 40 in Hilda there in Barnwell County. Still foggy, very misty. Not expecting severe weather tonight, Christopher. May be able to see just maybe some strong wind gusts, 30, 40 miles an hour, but nothing that would be severe. But some heavy rain definitely planning to head your way.
I was starting to see the ground down there.
Oh, this is the first time all day we've been able to see that from Beach Island. Carrie's saying no freezing rain on south side of Aiken, just kind of rain and breezy. It's always such a cool look looking above the clouds.
Where are we at here now? 31.8.
Oh, we're so close. Still at 31.8 here at our station. So here's kind of like, yeah, go ahead, Gary. Okay, so that's from the Wilkes County Sheriff's Office. Cool, thank you, Gary. So we're just getting word from the Wilkes County Sheriff's Office that they are reporting that road conditions are deteriorating fast across the county, encouraging everyone in Wilkes County, do not go out on the road. So this was the concern with this second wave that moved in. We knew Wilkes County was going to be one of the colder spots. It was going to be able to fall as freezing rain and sleet. That's what's happened over the last hour, hour and a half, 2 hours. And road conditions are deteriorating fast there in Wilkes County. So official word just coming in from the Sheriff's Office that need to make sure you're staying off the roads in Wilkes County. And that likely is the same message that the Lincoln County, McCormick County, Edgefield County, and Saluda County Sheriff's Office would extend to their citizens as well, is that the conditions in Wilkes County likely very similar to what they're seeing in Lincoln, McCormick, Northern Columbia, Northern McDuffie, most of Edgefield, McCormick, and Saluda County there. So just make sure if you're anywhere north of I-20, you're staying off the roads. We've seen freezing rain now, pretty steady, coming down heavy, and temps are still below freezing north of I-20. So that's what's leading to road conditions going downhill really quick. Okay, thank you, Gary. So as we just kind of said, just got an official word from the Lincolnton Police Department. They're saying everyone stay off the roadways, treacherous travel conditions up there, so continue to stay off the roads. And that just continues across the lake into McCormick County, Edgefield County, and Saluda County too.
Can't see.
Yeah, where's that?
This is the GDOT cam in Lincoln County.
Okay, so we're looking at the GDOT cam there, and there's a view of it. Definitely looks pretty slushy, I would say. A little bit of ice there on the grass. Yeah, like all that. Is that slush or is that puddle? Just like reflecting.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah. Jefferson Electric reports some power outages. We'll check that, Jalecia, in a second. Danielle's asking, will it freeze tonight? So we are at freezing at this moment in some spots. As we head behind this wave later tonight, temperatures should be able to bump up above freezing in many locations and stay above freezing for a few hours. We'll have some pretty breezy conditions push in tonight. That should help the melting process off our power lines and tree limbs across the area. And that's why the Weather Service did change the ending time for this ice storm warning to 4 a.m. instead of 1 p.m. tomorrow. Now, I will say we could hit freezing late tonight into early Monday morning in some spots, so maybe black ice concerns in a spot or two that just didn't melt efficiently. Sheltered spots kind of away from the wind tonight, but other than that, not expecting quite as hazardous concerns out there tomorrow as what we're kind of seeing at the moment.
Looks like traffic's moving pretty good on I-20. Just looks really wet.
Mm-hmm. Say that again, Gary. You said off of, where was that? Okay, right there at the dam. Oh, wow. So on the Georgia power outage map, there should be some power out right there. So interesting, our dam camera does still have power. Good old hydroelectricity. But yeah, if you go to the Georgia power outage map and then zoom in right there. So yeah, 165 people without power there. So that includes areas around Lake Springs Recreation Area and right near West Dam Park. So we're looking at some power outages there right near the Thurman Dam. Total of like, what was it, about 160 people?
Yep.
Old Sudlow Lake Road, icicles on the porch. Oh, I'm going to check my bird feeder camera and see if there's icicles forming on that. Here, Malik, did you already turn it to the riverside? I want to see if maybe we can see some icicles forming on this little arm sticking up right here. I don't really see much ice forming right there.
Dripping.
Yeah, kind of dripping. Okay, so Richmond County Sheriff's is saying don't drive if absolutely necessary. We just got word from the Richmond County Sheriff's Office too. I don't really see much on my bird cam. All right, so we just got this viewer picture sent in. Where was this again, Gary? Okay. So this is right at the McDuffie and Columbia County border. Thank you, Levi, for sending this in. Can you see it?
Oh, man.
Some icicles for sure.
Yeah. Looks good.
Harley saying still 31 in McCormick. Thank you for that, Harley. 34 in Beach Island. Good. Glad to hear you're above freezing right there, Lori. Ooh, Mark saying seeing some ice form on metal stuff in National Hills area. And where is this video, Gary? Okay, this video is in Lincolnton from Teresa Watts. Thank you all for sending these reports in. Definitely helps us with what we're seeing on radar. All right, let's go back out to, we'll check on our temps across the area. Oh, Bushfield, 33. Nice, we like that. Aikens at 31. Washington just crept up to 32 degrees. All right, need that trend to continue right there. Let's see at our station.
Yeah, Aiken, you're next. You got to get above 32 degrees as well.
Whew, it's holding steady at 31.8. But our southern counties, well above freezing, 36 in Millen, 35 Sylvania, 37 Swainsboro, Allendale, you're at 34. Barnwell, interestingly enough, you're still at 32, and I believe some precip is already starting to reach y'all. Yeah, still rain there in Barnwell. We did get a report from Hilda just a second ago from Christopher. He was saying he was reading 40 at his house. Barnwell Regional Airport, maybe just a little bit colder there than Hilda. But there's the Thompson sleet hole, not one to give up.
Yep.
Oh man, look at that, is just torrential rain out there.
I need to go investigate who has a weather modification device out there in northern McDuffie County.
They got the airport over there. Oh, thank you, Michelle. Glad you enjoyed our TikTok live stream last night. Oh, Leslie's saying top of Emmanuel County, cars saying 31, near Wadley, but a good 3 miles away. Looks like Swainsboro is above freezing at the moment, but interesting, you go just to the northern end of the county, closer to Midville and Wadley, maybe a little bit cooler there. So we just got a question from Lori asking what's the yellow on the radar. So I know this can definitely get confusing. There's a lot of different colors on the radar right now. Usually whenever we have a winter weather event, we don't really necessarily have this heavy of rain to produce this color palette to where we got yellows, reds, greens, purples, pinks. But the thing is, wherever you're seeing the pink and the purple, that is where we do have freezing rain. And then I'm not sure if this is necessarily accurate that there continues to be a sleet concern there in northern McDuffie County. It's possible, but the purple color would usually mean sleet. Pink is freezing rain. And then down south of that pink line is basically what we'd usually see on radar. So light green is light rain, darker green to yellows, kind of moderate rainfall. And then once we get into these oranges and reds, well, that's heavy rain. Once we get into the red, we're talking rain rates over an inch per hour in some cases. So we are looking at a good soaking rainfall out there across the area with this second wave. And this is all up ahead of a cold front that is going to push all the way through heading into tomorrow morning. And we'll keep our rain chances in play for likely several hours. This started in Washington about 2 hours ago, and they're still dealing with some pretty decent rain out there. I'll put this as a 2-hour loop, and we'll kind of loop this around for you and kind of show you how it's been advancing. But even Atlanta started for them several hours ago, and they're just now on the back end of it. So this is going to continue falling across the area, and expect the rain to continue for several more hours. Not going to be until around midnight possibly that we're completely rain-free across the area. Joanna saying 40 degrees with lots of rain within the last hour. No ice near the Henry Brigham Center. Glad to hear that, Joanna. Hopefully no ice will continue. Catherine says she got a report it's pouring off of Meadowbrook. Oh, Delpha's in Hepzibah, and she's saying sleet and rain. Here, we'll go over to our Harlem radar, see what it thinks. So interesting, the Harlem radar shows it too. Yep. All right, so Malik, Gary's saying we got a question on the YouTube asking if you got four-wheel drive, is it safe to drive on ice?
A four-wheel slide is just as good as a two-wheel slide.
There you go. Yep.
Be really, really careful. I would recommend you don't drive at all. If there's ice, it's not going to help that much. Ice is a lot different than snow. Snow is different. It's hard to get traction on ice no matter what kind of you got two-wheel drive or four-wheel drive. There's no difference.
That's right. So ideally, do not drive if you can help it. Especially in the northern CSRA. That's currently where it's looking worse. And if you're just tuned in within a few minutes ago, we did get word from the Wilkes County Sheriff's Office, the Lincoln County Police, or Lincoln 10 Police Department, that they're encouraging all their citizens to stay off the roads. Their deputies, their officers, they've been out and about patrolling these roadways, and they have been saying that conditions are deteriorating fast up there towards the lake and over towards Wilkes County. So just stay off the roadways if you can help it. Most spots north of I-20 looking very similar. We've got steady rain out there, and temperatures are still below freezing in many spots. Even for us here in Augusta, we're still kind of close to freezing. We did just officially get up to 33 degrees at Bush Field, but for the rest of the region north of that I-20 corridor, temps right now in the low 30s for you, and we'll continue to see those freezing rain impacts linger for another several hours most likely. Malik, we got the 6 p.m. newscast coming up, and how are you doing it or I'm doing it?
I think I'm doing it.
Okay, good. And then you got all the graphics you need and stuff?
I can just set them up right here.
Okay.
Just throw them in.
Yes, Lori, 53 days till spring. Can't wait. It's been we've had some cold spells at times so far this winter. But going to the temperature map, 33 officially at Bush Field, so it looks like on the south side of the town at least, we are above freezing, even if it's just a degree. Aiken, you're holding on to 31. Thompson, you continue to remain at 32 degrees. Same thing in Washington. Remember, if we've had some good ice accumulation over the last couple of hours in spots, even if you get up to 33, maybe it takes a little bit longer for some of that ice to melt and those conditions to improve. But our ice storm warnings are going to be in effect until 4 a.m. So just continue to use caution and be safe out there. Ice on pine trees and porch, very slick porch in Modoc. Thank you, Tammy, for that. And that's the big thing. Ice is not your friend, especially if you have a porch or any stairs around your home. Just don't try to go down them, folks. It's going to be way too slick. Actually, remember my dad one Christmas broke his ankle after an ice storm trying to go down a set of stairs. So you do not want to do that, I promise you. No matter how good the traction is on your shoes, do not try to walk down stairs that are iced over.
No matter how athletic you might think you are.
That's right.
This slipperiness is going to get you.
So we did get a comment about if we need to worry about trees in Martinez with this icing happening. I would say the potential is definitely there. We could see some tree limbs come down with the ice accumulation we're seeing right now. Not expecting that to be necessarily a widespread issue for everyone, but if you have any weak trees near your home that maybe are kind of on the verge of coming down, say after Helene, you haven't cleared them out just yet. We all know how expensive tree service is. So if you have those leaners or hangers around your home, this ice could be just what does the trick to bring them down. So just make sure you're staying away from those. And if you have any tree that may be leaning and you're worried about the potential for it coming down on your home, maybe a good night to sleep downstairs. You never want to be upstairs when there's the risk of a tree tipping on your home. So to be on the extra cautious side, that's what I would say. David saying, isn't the temp supposed to rise over the next few hours? David, yes. And we've seen temperatures come up with this rain over the last couple of hours. Just 2 hours ago, we were at 30 degrees in Augusta. Now we're up to 33. Aiken was at 29 degrees. Now they're at 31. Thompson was at 30. Now they're up at 32. Washington was at 27 degrees. And now they're at 32. So as this rain does continue, remember we have that warm layer of air above the ground, which is leading for this to fall as rain, but then freeze on contact where any temperatures are below freezing. But with that warmer air aloft, that means that rain is falling through that warmer air. So it's helping just kind of warm up that ambient environment and helping break down the wedge a little bit. So yes, we are expecting temperatures to hopefully rise even more over the next couple of hours. And then once that happens, it'll be less likely we get additional icing across the area. Cars, porch, and roof all iced up on south side of Aiken. Trees are now blowing with sleet happening right there. And that's the thing, you get just a quick tenth, quarter of an inch of ice, you get a gust 20 to 30 miles an hour, well that is definitely enough to knock down some tree limbs and cause some additional power outages. So that is the big thing we are worried about.
Here's a look at the max wind gust so far today. 35 in Thompson.
Wow.
So far is the winner. So far today over the last 24 hours, 30 in Washington, 35 in Thompson, 26 in Augusta, 26 both of them at Danielfield and Bushfield there, 20 in Aiken, 20 in Barnwell, 17 there in Allendale. Swainsboro, you also gusted to 31 miles an hour there as well. So seeing some wind really push through with the system as we continue to go through the evening here as it makes its way into our western counties now.
Malik, I'm just now looking up at this AFC Championship game, and they're playing in the snow.
Dude.
We got whiteout conditions there in Denver.
I was looking into the newsroom, and I saw the Patriots missed a field goal earlier, and it was blowing and snowing. And
that's quite the scene right there.
Yeah, we're not getting any of that down here.
Nope. Gary said it was a 63-yarder. Give him a break.
Kicking a 63-yarder in the snow?
In the snow. That's a bold
25-mile-an-hour wind.
Bold strategy. All right, so a couple of questions in the comments. Malik are asking, what about next weekend?
What about next weekend?
Yeah, what are y'all talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking? Weekend? What is that?
Next weekend looks kind of cold. We've been looking at kind of the longer range stuff. We've seen it pop up at times in a few runs. It's just not consistent. And to kind of put it in perspective, it's still more than a week away. And think of what we were expecting with this weekend storm a week ago. It was showing crazy amounts of ice. And then once we got closer and closer to the event, it came into better focus of what type of totals we were expecting, maybe a quarter inch, maybe a little bit more in some spots. So weather models change so tremendously much over once you get further out in time. So don't take it. It's not worth its weight right now. So we'll get to next weekend once we get past this weekend.
Yeah, sit down for a second, put your glasses on. I'm about to use a big word, ensemble.
Ensemble. There you go.
Ensemble. You can spell it however you want to. ONSAMBLE. You can spell it like that if you want to. But ensemble forecasting is basically like if we take. You've heard a lot about the GFS and the Euro, and it's like we're going to a Miss America pageant, looking at all these models or something. And so what we're doing is we're taking the Euro and the GFS. So let's say we have the Euro, right, and we take the control, so basically we have the Euro deterministic model, and now let's say we changed one minute thing and we run it again. And let's say we changed another minute thing in the current condition and we run it again. And we do that 50 times. Now we have some outcomes of what could happen. And let's say 8 of those produce snow, right? And there you go. You get 8
out of
ensemble
50
individuals out of 50. It's not a good chance. You know, it's a signal. It's not a good chance.
Yeah. So you're saying there's a chance?
you know, in the CSRA, if there's a chance, that's all we need.
That's right.
That's all we need is a shot.
Right. And luckily, everyone got all their supplies for this weekend storm. So just keep them stored away. Maybe we bring them out in a little while. You never know.
You never know.
There's one thing. Let's see. Power is flickering in Richmond County. Maybe we can check that power outage map. So Gary's saying we got a question on the YouTube stream of if there's storms around, do we get to go home and eat with our family, or do we have to stay at the station? So whenever there is active weather, obviously, folks, this is a job we take seriously, and we find it very important, especially in these instances whenever the weather is active or hazardous. In the case of an ice storm or a tornado or a hurricane, any of those threats, we want to be here covering it for you, letting you know what's happening, trying to keep you as safe as possible. So that's our ultimate goal. And whenever the weather is active, that means we're going to be here tracking it for you. So Malik and I were here last night through early this morning, and we're here right now. So through the entire event, we got to be here. We were posted up here last night. We brought our air mattresses, our blankets, our pillows, and we were covering it. And last night we didn't necessarily see a ton. I personally will say I thought we could have saw a little bit more in the way of some freezing rain out there last night, but we knew there was going to be this second wave to be concerned about too, because the wedge was going to be in place. Models don't handle the wedge all that great, and there was going to be the potential for some spots to still be below freezing. So I think a lot of people got through last night and were throwing their hands up. This was all for nothing. We didn't see anything. Well, the event wasn't done just yet. We're not done with that threat for freezing rain. And that's why our ice storm warnings continued all day long and will continue into tonight until 4 a.m. because we are still dealing with freezing rain across the area. It's a pretty heavy freezing rain. Actually had a rare mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center issued for the northern CSRA several hours before this showed up, saying there is going to be the threat for heavy freezing rain in the northern CSRA. We were posting about it, doing live updates. We started live updates this morning with our morning show. That went from 6 to 8, and then 9, 10, 11, we did an update every hour. Then at 12:30, we did an update, 1:30, 2:30, and then we started this one at about 3:15, and we've been talking for over 2 hours, Malik, covering this.
Look at how warm the graph is initializing here. So this is would be right now, has Swainsboro at 60 degrees.
Yep.
I don't even think Swainsboro is over 45.
That's crazy.
So,
and that goes to show you how bogus some models can be. And unfortunately, Graph's just not doing a great job of showing how far south that wedge is. Going back to our current temps, everything looks to be holding steady. So we're still at 33 in Augusta. At Bushfield, Metro Augusta possibly a little bit cooler. And actually what I can do is I'm going to zoom this in a little bit. We'll get Daniel Field. That's wind chill. I don't want wind chill. Daniel Field's still holding steady at 32 degrees.
I said something the other day like, it'd be crazy. Get some ice, like a tenth of ice at Daniel Field and absolutely nothing at Trace and Bushfield. It's just, it's just that close. I said something earlier today about making this forecast is like trying to split a hair with a chainsaw. That's how hard it is to really nail it down, because on any average day, a 1 degree difference doesn't really matter all that much. 54 and 55, that's basically the same thing. But when it comes to 32 and 33, that's, you could either bust your forecast or you're the smartest man in the world.
Yeah. Caitlin asking, is it still a wait and see game as to see what road conditions will be at 6 a.m.? Malik had our road temperatures pulled up just a second ago, and most roads were above freezing here around Augusta, at least around I-20 and what was the other road you had, Malik?
So we had two locations on I-20. The one on I-20 is, if you know the big, what you call it, the way station.
Oh, the way station right there.
The way station down there. Where all the truckers have to get pulled off the interstate and get weighed at. That's one location that they do have a sensor there. Right now, the temperature there as of 5:16 was 32 degrees, and the road surface was 36.
36, and they've been holding steady in the mid-30s the last couple of hours.
Saw even some 37s not too long ago.
There we go.
Let's come back down to 36.
And then right near the state line.
Near the state line, air temperature as of 5:16 was 32 degrees. Road temperature surface is 34. We did see that briefly come up to 35, but back down to 34 now.
And right there at the state line, obviously we have the I-20 bridge over the canal, and the Savannah River bridges and overpasses are going to be the first spots that freeze in these type of events. So without the insulation of the ground underneath them, they can cool off much more efficiently, and that's where we're going to see those frozen conditions. Skylar, I didn't know I was going viral. I hope it's not for a bad thing. She says, how do you feel about Riley going viral? I didn't know I was going viral. I hope I hope I didn't do anything bad. Mike saying starting to accumulate on the trees and shrubs in Trenton, still at 31 degrees. Thank you for that, Mike. Trenton, once again, kind of up there in Edgefield County. Peach country, getting some good cooling hours on our peach crop out there with these cold temps. But we don't have our official, we don't have an official observation site to look at right now in Edgefield County. So I appreciate that report, Mike. With that temp at 31, that means you're still below freezing, and I'd imagine road conditions right there in Edgefield County fairly treacherous at the moment. Y'all have been below freezing all day. You've had some pretty steady rain out there too.
Yeah, I like some peaches too. So peaches are great. South Carolina, has the most peaches. They grow the most peaches, but they don't have the best tasting ones.
Ooh, shots fired.
Yeah. Take a guess at who has the best tasting peaches.
Georgia.
Yeah. Ooh, I almost forgot to update this.
You're welcome, Caitlin. Happy to do it. You're welcome, Debbie. Appreciate y'all following along, staying updated. And everyone giving us reports, pictures, videos. We appreciate those too, especially during an event like this, as we've kind of been showing with our temperature map. We definitely have some holes in the coverage on our CSRA area. So you all giving us kind of some real ground truth reports of what you're seeing at your house, also what temperatures are reading at your weather stations, help us tremendously with kind of understanding if what we're seeing on radar is fairly accurate, and so we appreciate that. Icicles in North Augusta. Dylan, thank you for that report.
Keep that going through Sunday or?
Say through tonight.
Yep.
Just say through tonight. Right. Or if you want to say until 4 a.m., that's when the ice storm warnings go until.
Yep.
But okay. We may need to do that, Gary. Was Akeem wondering when we're getting off for the 6th?
She was just letting us know that it was 5:40. And she was
okay. So, folks, we're not going to leave you, but we do have our 6 p.m. broadcast coming up at 6 p.m. So we're going to continue this coverage, just going to be from a little bit different location. We're going to have our broadcast. And, Gary, I'm guessing we're going to have to stream that broadcast, correct? I got you. Okay. So if you're watching on our website or our app, we are going to transition to streaming our 6 p.m. broadcast here in just a little bit. But we are going to continue this social media live with continuous coverage of kind of what we're seeing out there. So we got a good bit of viewers in here. We've held about over 200 viewers here the entire time. So it looks like a lot of y'all are interested in this coverage, so we want to make sure we are providing it for you. We'll be here just if you're watching on the app or the website, that's where you're going to have transition to our 6 p.m. broadcast here in just a little bit. Okay. So, Gary, I would imagine Malik is probably going to switch over to Max 1. I'll have to switch over to Max 3. All right, here, let me switch my show over to Max 3 first before you do that.
all right. Temperature now is 32.0 degrees.
Oh, we are right at 32 at our station. Okay. All right, Gare. Max, hold on just a second. Yeah, if you want to take Max 3, Gary. Perfect. So I'm good to switch Max 1. Okay. So I put you on next one, Malik.
Okay.
And then do you want me to keep this mic, Gary, or do I need to switch to a OTT mic? Okay. Cool. All right, I'll leave you to it in here to get ready for the show.
Okay.
And then I'll just be over the OTT desk.
Okay. Yeah, I know they've got to load the show in to the.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, Gary, I'm making my way to the OTT desk. All right, here we go, folks. We are back, set up on our OTT desk. If you're watching on YouTube or maybe Facebook, we're going to continue this coverage. If you're watching on our app or on our website, you are going to see our 6 p.m. news broadcast pop up on the stream on those locations coming up at 6 p.m. But we're here tracking this for you. Remember, we are still looking at some heavy rain and some heavy freezing rain moving along and north of I-20. So our temperatures have been really stubborn with the wedge, especially north of I-20, where many spots across Wilkes, Lincoln, McCormick, even northern Columbia, Edgefield, Saluda County, even for some spots right here around Augusta, North Augusta, and over towards Aiken, our temperatures are still just enough below freezing to where we are seeing ice accumulate on surfaces and really leading to some dangerous travel conditions in the northern CSRA too. We've had the Sheriff's Department and Sheriff's Office in Wilkes County, the Police Department in Lincolnton, say that they are encouraging all their citizens to stay off the roadways. They've really seen their road conditions go downhill since this second wave did show up about 2 or so hours ago. So continue to just stay hunkered down at home. Remember, our ice storm warnings are still in effect, and we're going to continue to see these impacts last at least another couple of hours here. But what we're going to be watching is our temperature, our freezing line. How long does it kind of hang on to temperatures near or below freezing across the area? Right now, we're kind of on that fine line of temperatures right near freezing here in Augusta over to Aiken. Aiken, you're still at 31. At Bush Field, it's at 33, but at Daniel Field, it's still at 32. So just that subtle 6-hour drive or 6-mile drive into downtown or off Wrightsboro Road to Bush Field makes a world of difference. You're either at 33 or 32 degrees. And then north of I-20, most of those spots should still be freezing or slightly lower. You can see Thompson holding steady at 32, Washington's at 32. And as this heavy freezing rain does continue, where those temps are below freezing, we'll continue to see some accumulating ice on surfaces. So I want to make sure you're continuing to stay safe, stay off the roads. We've had a couple of power outages out there, so that's another concern as we head with the second wave of this event, is that we've seen some people lose power. Not a lot, but at one time we had over 600 people without power near Patriots Park off William Few in Columbia County. We had over 160 customers without power up towards West Dam Park near Clarks Hill Lake. In south side of Augusta, we had 60 or so customers without power. And now that this heavier freezing rain is starting to work its way through the Carolina side of the viewing area, I would imagine we see maybe an uptick in those power outages over the next couple of hours or so. So that's the biggest thing we're watching right now, but kind of take you through what we're expecting. So right now we are close to freezing. I want to show you this model though. So this is our HER model, and right now doing a pretty good job with what it's expecting those temperatures to be like. Right now we're at 6 o'clock, and you can see it's actually initialized pretty well. Just a degree too warm in Aiken. Right now we are at 33 at Bush Field, has Thompson at 32, and has Washington actually just a degree cooler than what our observation site is currently showing. But notice Saluda, basically a line from Saluda to Edgefield through McCormick, Lincolnton, and Washington. That's where there's going to be the best chance for those freezing temps to continue, at least for the next couple of hours. I'll push this model ahead. So what we've seen happen as this rain has started, our temperatures have gone up a little bit. The thing is once this precip started, we were still several degrees below freezing. We were actually at 29 degrees at our station. We've been able to increase those temps to 32 over the last couple of hours. In Washington, they were at 27 degrees. They've at least gone up to 32 degrees. So that warming process is unfolding because in the upper layers of our atmosphere, we actually have a pretty thick warm layer of air that this rain is falling through. So it's bringing relatively warmer raindrops to the surface, which is helping warm up our ambient environment here on the ground level. So notice as we push towards 8 p.m., most spots are now a couple degrees above freezing, including places like Washington, Edgefield. Saluda may be one of the last spots to potentially see those freezing temperatures retreat last as the wedge just continues to erode there. But notice how that freezing rain line and heavy rain line just kind of transitions further north. And as we get later into tonight, there's 10 p.m. Temperatures should be able to work their way at least into the mid-30s overnight, so this will help with some melting, but since it's going to be cloudy or at nighttime, so we don't have good solar radiation, it's not necessarily going to be a fast melt instantly happening, but we will have some wind pushing in behind this front that will help evaporate some. But then as we head towards early tomorrow morning on the back side of this front, we should be able to get temperatures back down close to freezing possibly in a couple spots. But the thing is, our ice storm warning that is currently in effect for those I-20 counties and anywhere north, that is in effect until 4 a.m. So they have reduced the time it stays in effect. It was in effect until 1 p.m. earlier today. Now it's in effect until 4 a.m. So I want to make sure that you continue to stay weather aware through that time frame, and as long as you stay off the roadways, should be a-okay. We could see some isolated tree damage, maybe some power goes out in a few more spots, but as long as you're hunkered down at home, you should be okay for the most part. I've been checking in on the Weather Service chat, seeing if anything to report here. Let's see here. We'll go back outside, see if I can pull up a power outage map. What you're looking on the screen right there is we were actually looking back at some road surface temps. So our road temperatures are hovering just above freezing at the moment. So that's kind of limiting ice impacts here around Augusta. But up north towards the lake and towards Wilkes County, they have been reporting really bad road conditions up there. So encouraging everyone to still stay inside and off the roads there in the northern CSRA. Here's kind of a wide look at the Georgia Power outage map, and we'll kind of zoom into some spots. So it looks like actually a lot of people have gotten their power back right there in the Grovetown area. It was over 600 customers at one point. Now it's less than 5. In Evans, right now, you got 8 customers without power. Here in Augusta, reporting about 50 customers without power in Augusta. That does include places off Wrightsboro Road near Daniel Field. About 6 customers without power there near Forest Hills. And then on the south side of town off Doug Bernard Parkway, there's about 44 customers still without power. I'm going to try to find a Dominion energy outage map for our South Carolina counties. So right now, not necessarily looking at a ton of outages with Dominion Energy. Looks like Saluda, right near the town of Emory, has about 5 customers without power there. But overall, not seeing quite as many power outages there in McCormick, Edgefield, Saluda, or Aiken County, which is good. Oh, here we go. So looking at Aiken Electric, so that's about 13 to 19. Am I reading that correct, Gary? So 13 to 19, 13 people without power. This is coming from Aiken Electric, you're saying? Cool. So Aiken Electric reported about 13 people without power near Johnston, and then an additional 19 people there right at the, looks to be around the Edgefield and Aiken County line, just north of the interstate right there. So a little bit different view of some different power providers there in the CSRA. Go back out to our lake cam, see if we got any icicles forming or anything up there. That is one of the spots that it is looking pretty treacherous to be traveling out and about on. It's like camera's a little bit slow. Definitely see some wet roadways down there, so all it takes is a couple slick spots to make it dangerous. Can't really get a great view down there from our thermodam cam. SRP park cam struggling a little bit. Here, I'm going to exit out of some of these. See if we can get the browser working a little bit better. There's our Beach Island camera. The Beach Island camera has pretty much been disappeared in cloud cover all day. So it's finally at least able to see the ground there in Beach Island. So look from downtown Augusta, looking down towards the Calhoun Expressway. Remember, it's those elevated overpasses and bridges that are going to be able to freeze first if we do see any freezing conditions on road surfaces out there. So just be safe. Remember, if you're going over a bridge, or say you're driving on the Calhoun Expressway without the insulation of the ground underneath it, that is going to lead to the potential for that freezing first right there. All right, so I've been kind of neglecting the chat here for a little bit. I'm going to look over, try to answer any questions. Chris saying we lost power in Churchtown. Make iced tea tonight. I need some hot tea. It's cold out there. Jessica saying rain is freezing on trees in Beach Island. So that is a spot. We've had reports of some icing going on. Seeing Amanda was asking what's purple on the radar. So we'll go back to our radar and we'll kind of talk about that, because yeah, there's definitely a lot of colors popping up on the radar, and I know it can definitely, it looks like a lot going on. It definitely does, because this is a little bit of a unique setup to where we have some really heavy rain with that's interacting with the really cold air mass. So the purple is where sleet is happening, and that's actually really funny. It looks kind of like a face right there. So possibly some sleet mixing in. They're kind of northern Aiken County. That would be pushing closer into Lexington County right there, kind of past exit 18 in Aiken County. The pink is freezing rain, so that's when it's falling as liquid rainfall, but then freezing on contact. And then this little sleet hole right over Thompson, that's been showing up for a good while here. I'm not sure if it's still sleeting there in northern McDuffie County, since it's just been very persistent. I would imagine it's not just a steady cold air mass centering itself right over northern McDuffie County, but with the yellows and greens down here, this is what we would typically show on a radar. Is basically the light greens, light rain, dark greens, kind of moderate rain, yellow even a little bit heavier, but the red and orange colors that you're seeing moving through, that's where we're looking at rain rates over a ½ inch per hour, and the red is actually indicating rain rates over an inch per hour. So this is a really good soaking rainfall. I mean, that rain is coming down across most of the area. But the concern is, since it is raining really heavy and we still have those temperatures below freezing north of I-20, that's leading to this freezing rain concern and can lead to a pretty quick uptick in freezing rain totals across the area. So that's the big concern over the next several hours, is north of I-20 and near I-20, we could have some ice accumulations, possibly up to 1/4 of an inch, so kind of falling in line with the forecast we've been talking about for the last couple of days. So just want to make sure you're aware of that, staying off the roadways. With those ice totals we're expecting, could see maybe some more isolated power outages, maybe even some isolated tree damage too. Good stuff. Thank you, Gary. All right, let's see if we got how's Grovetown looking for tonight, tomorrow? So Kaylee in Grovetown, right now you're kind of south of I-20, so I don't have any great observations for temperatures there in Grovetown. Our closest one is over in Thompson. They're currently at 32, and then over at Daniel Field, it was still coming in at 32 degrees just a little bit ago. So Grovetown, I would imagine since you're between right there, that Thompson and Daniel Field line, you probably are still at 32 degrees, and the radar is still showing freezing rain for y'all at the moment. As we continue into tonight, should be able to get those temperatures that are right at 32 right now, just a couple degrees above freezing as we push later into the evening and nighttime. And then as we head towards early tomorrow morning, we'll be able to get down close to the freezing mark again. So just want to make sure you're staying safe out there, staying off the roads, and not ruling out you see enough ice there in Grovetown to maybe lead to an outage or two. And we actually did have about 600 people without power there just south of Patriots Park off William Few Parkway. Not too far away from the Grovetown exit, just a little bit ago. But it looks like power crews has already gotten that power back on. I'll go back to this map here. This is actually a look at Aiken Electric customers without power. It looks like 10 more people added to the list without power right near downtown Aiken, kind of on the northeast side of town. Also looking at about 13 people without power near Johnston and 19 people without power just north of, right there on the Aiken and Edgefield County line, kind of in the closer towards the Saluda County border. But what we can do is, this is what it looks like right now. We'll kind of do a quick little overview. So notice where the pink is, that's where there's freezing rain happening across the area. And where if you're south of that, this is just plain old heavy rain, not really an ice concern with any of our southern counties. The ice concern is going to be in our northern portion of the viewing area, and even some of the central CSRA here around Columbia, Richmond, and Aiken County, and McDuffie County too. But we'll take a look at our temperatures at the moment. So here's a look at our current temps across the region. We are at 33 degrees at Bush Field. Daniel Field is a little bit colder, right at 32. Aiken, you're at 31. Thompson, you're at 32. Washington, you're at 32. But you can see our southern counties are in the mid-30s, so they're above freezing and less of a concern for any icing to occur out there. But as we continue later into this evening, this is our high-resolution model, which is doing a pretty good job at showing what our temps are at the moment. So notice that our temperatures here around the I-20 corridor are close to 32, so 32 is freezing. We're right at that number at the moment, slightly cooler possibly in our northern counties. But as we continue into later this evening, by around 8 p.m., a lot of the region is now starting to bump above freezing, and that is going to be thanks to that warm layer of air above the surface trying to make it down to the surface with this warmer rain falling through it. So that's why we're expecting to warm up most likely above freezing as we get to later this evening. Could be a few spots, maybe just don't quite get above freezing. That would kind of favor places like Saluda, maybe Washington, but I think most spots have a pretty decent chance of at least getting above freezing for a few hours heading into the overnight. We have some wind pushing in behind this front too. This is all being driven by a cold front, and behind that front we're going to stay pretty breezy throughout the day on Monday. Starting tomorrow morning, you can see the model here is potentially bringing some freezing temps in a few spots, so maybe an isolated black ice concern through tomorrow morning. I don't think it was necessarily a bad idea to have a delayed start with our schools out there tomorrow morning just to be on the safe side. But we'll have a lot of sunshine throughout the day on Monday, and high temperatures will be well above freezing into the low and mid 40s, so that will allow us to get rid of any ice concerns we may have across the area. So that's kind of what we're expecting to happen over the next 24 hours or so. It's definitely breezy ahead of this front. How about Sylvania? Just had a gust at 41 miles an hour. Before that 41 mile an hour gust down there in Screven County, our top gust was 35 in Thompson as this line was initially moving through. So ahead of this line of shower activity, we are looking at some pretty gusty wind right now impacting areas like Sylvania, Allendale. You got some gusty conditions, and even in Barnwell, you got some gusts over 15 at the moment. And looking ahead into later this evening, kind of what we're expecting that wind to do. So this will continue pushing off towards the east on the leading edge of that shower activity. And then by tomorrow morning, we got the main cold front starting to roll in. So gusts 20, 25 miles an hour out there Monday morning. And then heading into the afternoon, we could see some gusts close to 30. Now this would be a time frame to when we've already gotten rid of a lot of our ice concerns, but still some pretty breezy conditions out there. Call it windy at times, but it's going to be a cold wind, folks. We got a really cold stretch of days ahead heading into next week. Every single day we'll see low temperatures well below freezing. Tuesday morning looks like the coldest morning we will see heading through next week, where we could actually get down close to 18 degrees. This is just kind of a quick little snapshot of our low temperatures heading into next week. 18 Tuesday, low and mid 20s Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That will likely extend even into next weekend too. So it is going to be a very cold air mass moving in behind this. Even tomorrow morning, even though we may not necessarily be down to freezing in some spots, it's going to feel like freezing temps. Feel like temperatures anywhere as low as 18 in Washington, 25 in Evans, 28 in Augusta, and feel like temperatures all day long will likely stay in the 30s to possibly getting into the low 40s by the afternoon. Wanted to show you this though. Early Tuesday morning, we are talking about cold weather advisory criteria. Feel like temperatures potentially between 9 and 15 in many spots across the region. So that is pipe bursting cold. Want to make sure you're taking those precautions Monday night into our Tuesday morning, and just make sure you're taking those precautions out there. Kaylee's asking, how safe will it be to drive a dump truck at 9 a.m.? I think at 9 a.m. tomorrow, dump trucks should be safe to drive. We should be above freezing by 9 a.m. tomorrow. And once again, a lot of our main roads like I-20, our highways across most of the region are still above freezing, but our back roads, our neighborhood roads, those could still have kind of a slushy mess in the northern CSRA. And as we kind of mentioned earlier, the Wilkes County Sheriff's Department was saying that on Highway 78 going into Oglethorpe County, that was already turning very icy out there. So that's one of those more main highways that is not safe to drive on at the moment, but we should see those conditions improve because Georgia DOT is actually going to come in behind this wave of rain tonight and spread more brine, and that should kind of limit a lot of the ice impacts on the roadways. Corey's saying 31 on the outskirts of Gibson there in Glasscock County. So, man, yeah, Glasscock County is still hovering right near the freezing mark, if not just below. So, Corey, if you're seeing ice accumulate on surfaces out there, I'd love to know yes or no on that. Katrina asking, how safe would it be to drive tonight in Augusta? Here in Augusta, most of our road temperatures are above freezing, so maybe some less traveled roadways could be a little bit dicey here for a little bit, but as we were kind of just mentioning, our temperatures should be able to creep above freezing as we get later into this evening, early tonight, and that's when we should be able to see road conditions be okay in Augusta, but I don't want to necessarily give the all clear on that. There definitely could be some slick spots in a place or two. Lucy's asking about RINs tomorrow. I think RINs tomorrow, you're okay to be out on the roadways. If your husband's driving his truck, I think they will be able to, as long as he's driving around RINs in Jefferson County, I think he's fine. Now, if he has a plan to drive north of I-20 into the northern CSRA, maybe some isolated spots that could be a little bit dicey. But I think by tomorrow, a lot of our ice concerns have started to dwindle across the area. Gene is asking about Modoc Shores in North Augusta. So Modoc Shores, I would imagine, is much icier than what North Augusta is, but both places could still be dealing with some ice at the moment. Kind of zoom into Modoc Shores here up at the lake. They've been dealing with pretty steady freezing rain here over the last couple of hours. And down in North Augusta too, I'm sure in many spots in North Augusta, it's still getting pretty icy. We had reports in Belvedere and around Aiken where icicles were starting to form in some spots. So just a good idea to make sure you're not on the roadways right now in those spots. Skylar, what is the chance of ice in Martinez and Evans tomorrow? As far as black ice concerns tomorrow morning, looks to be a low threat for Evans and Martinez, just because we're kind of more in this urban environment where more people are driving around on these roads. It's less likely we would have as big of an ice concern, but as we've kind of said, if you're going to be traveling on roads that are neighborhood roads or back roads, there could be a slick spot or two. It's tough to tell exactly because we don't have necessarily sensors on all the roads across the region, but the few ones we do have here around Augusta, we have one at the way station on I-20 and then right at the state line. Both those spots are still in the mid-30s for road temps, so not expecting a ton of ice there, but it would be those bridges and overpasses I would be most worried about. If you have plans to be on a bridge or overpass, those can definitely cool off fastest and the highest chance for maybe some slick spots. Ivy saying it's pretty icy here on North Bel Air area in Evans. Absolutely, yeah, Evans, you're definitely in that spot to where I'd imagine it is very icy. You're still below freezing. You've had freezing rain now for over an hour, so I would say pretty treacherous travel conditions right now across a lot of the area, especially if you're north of that interstate. So as we kind of said with Wilkes and Lincoln County, and even in Richmond County a little bit ago, the sheriff's office was saying, encouraging people to not go out on the roads unless you absolutely have to. So a good idea to just stay off the roadways for the moment. William's asking about Columbia, South Carolina. Columbia is going to take a little bit longer for this to clear out than a lot of us here in the CSRA. So kind of widen out this view and loop it over the last 3 hours. So this is a 3-hour loop of radar. You can see kind of what we've been dealing with, and this is now starting to reach the Columbia metro, so now they're probably starting to get some gusty winds, some heavier freezing rain, and you can see Atlanta is just now kind of getting on the backside of this precipitation, so it is going to take several hours for this to clear out. Not expecting to be completely rain-free across the area until most likely a little bit after midnight. But what should be happening and what should continue to unfold is that as this rain continues to fall, should help gradually bump up our temperatures a little bit, and hopefully we do see that happen within the next few hours. All right, see if anything news from the Weather Service. Just got a message from one of our storm spotters, Mr. Ted Banta. He's saying he's in North Augusta. So far, just rain. Winds are about 10 miles an hour. Temperature has stayed at 32 for the last couple of hours. We have so far 35 hundredths of rain, no ice, no sleet. So glad you're not dealing with the ice there, Ted. Thank you for that report. And that's the thing. Right at 32 degrees is freezing. Say you're at 32.5. Well, now you're technically above freezing, and it's less likely for stuff to stick and accumulate. So even just that subtle difference of half a degree can make a world of difference. So want to make sure you continue to stay safe if you're anywhere close to that 32 degree point. Not seeing a huge change in our temperatures, still at 32 in Aiken, Thompson, Washington. Augusta's at 33. We'll check to see if maybe, Daniel Field has changed at all. Daniel Field's still at 32 as well, so yeah. Anywhere here around the metro, Aiken, Grovetown, Evans, Martinez, North Augusta, still expecting those temperatures to be hovering kind of close to 32 degrees at the moment, so continue to be safe out there. Kind of go over this real quick, show you a couple pictures and videos we got sent throughout the day. So Aiken was actually the lucky recipient of some snow this morning. How about this? This was pretty localized too around Aiken earlier this morning. And when I first got a picture sent in, I was thinking, is this AI generated? Is it for real? But then more and more pictures started to come in, and I was like, sure enough, yeah, absolutely. Aiken did get some snow this morning, and that actually looks like a pretty decent dusting right there. And it was actually pretty interesting. The Weather Service was talking about this, is that, so for this snow in Aiken, it was pretty localized, but it was just a very rare instance to where snow growth was actually happening in the very shallow cold layer near the base of the clouds that were passing through. So usually when snow forms, it kind of starts in the upper layer of the cloud and drops through, but for this particular instance this morning, it was just a really shallow cold layer near the base of the cloud where there was just enough cold air and moisture to produce this snow. And beautiful picture sent in here from Aiken. This was sent in by Miss Beverly Willis, and good looking dog too. Love those cavies right there. So thank you, Beverly, for sending that in. And then earlier this morning, there was some pretty steady freezing rain and sleet. This was in McCormick, South Carolina, sent in by Miss Anna Lush. And you can see it was coming down really good up there early this morning. The northern CSRA definitely saw the best freezing rain and sleet overnight, or at least the highest totals of it overnight. Here around Augusta, we didn't necessarily have a ton of rain overnight, but we did just kind of have that freezing drizzle, freezing fog. It was just a really cold, cloudy, and just icy day out there across most of the area. And the fog was pretty thick at times, but most of that fog is cleared out now that this rain has started to push on through. Go back to kind of bouncing around some of our tower cams, check on some outages. Let's see here. Oh, we got a few more people without power up towards the lake. Saying 190 people there without power right near the Thurman Dam. It looked new, but I clicked on it. It says 390 customers affected, 2 outages. So if you're right there near Pollard's Corner, kind of northern Columbia County, near West Dam Park, Lake Springs Recreation Area, if you likely don't have power, unfortunately. But crews should be out there to help fix that. But 390 customers right now without power. So right off 221 before you cross over into McCormick County. Not too far away from our Thurman Dam right there. All right, so kind of bounce around. McCormick County, about 19 customers without power. Edgefield, 13 customers without power. Saluda County, 5 customers. Aiken, about 30. Barnwell, no outages, none in Bamberg, none in Allendale. Lexington County has about 295 people without power there. We'll go over to the Georgia side. Lincoln County, about 5 people without power. Wilkes County, 19 people. Tolliver, nothing. Warren County, 6. McDuffie County, no outages to report. Columbia County still has about 200 people without power there. Richmond County, we got about 55 people without power. Burke County, 44 people without power. Jefferson, no outages to report. Glasscock County, no outages. Washington County, no outages. And Hancock County, no outages at the moment. Emmanuel County does have 72 people without power. That may have been from that gust front that passed through. Did have some pretty gusty winds ahead of that line of shower activity. And then Jenkins County, nothing. Screven County, nothing. So this is a look at our road temperatures. This is, here, let's see if we can find, that's actually I-85. Let's find this one here, Augusta. So at the way station in Columbia County, right now the road temp is 37 degrees. That is good to see. Air temp right now 33 degrees. That is also good to see. So looks like we just recently bumped up above freezing there at the way station in Columbia County right at I-20. We'll bounce over here to the Welcome Center. So this is right at the I-20 bridge over the canal. They are at 33 degrees. That is great to see. Good news there. Their road temp right now is 36. So we like that. Now it does say, look at this, road surface, snow. So as we kind of mentioned, it's those bridges you really have to worry about. I wouldn't say it's super icy on I-20 crossing the river, but if there was going to be any icy conditions, it would be on a bridge or overpass. But with temperatures now at 33 degrees and our road temp at 36, hopefully conditions aren't too treacherous right there on I-20. But it's good to see that we do have some of these observation sites getting our air temps above 33 or above 32 at 33. Live look from our SRP park cam, still seeing some rain on the lens, possibly a little glazing of ice. Oh, cool. Thank you, Gary. If you're just now tuned in from our app or website, hope you enjoyed our 6 p.m. newscast. We're just kind of continuing our weather coverage here, still tracking some freezing rain across the area. Sorry, say that again, Gary. I'm sorry. Yeah, for sure. And then just to end the stream like usual, just hit this button down here. should be able to shut it down okay, I think. I appreciate you, Gary. Okay. Good deal. All right, sorry folks, I was waiting for our camera to load right there, but I guess it's not going to do it. So we will go back to looking at radar. I'll check the comment section, see if there's anything new y'all want me to check out for you. Olivia asking, will Aiken County roads be safe to travel at 9:30 a.m.? I think they will be. Expecting road conditions to be okay by that time. Skylar asking, what's the weather near Stalling Middle School? That's Columbia County. Still looking at freezing rain right there at the moment. I would say anywhere in Columbia County, unless you're kind of far south of Harlan, you're most likely to see freezing rain and some pretty icy conditions. And those temps are still probably right at freezing. We're hoping they do start to bump up above freezing though, which we have seen. Kind of our road sensors showing temps that did get up to 33 right at the way station in Columbia County, and also right at the state line, crossing over into South Carolina and I-20. So it looks like what we've been talking about is that temperature can gradually warm up. Does look to be falling, but still definitely some icy spots in some locations, especially in the northern CSRA. Linnell asking, so school starts at 9:30. What about the hour 2 travel before 9:30? So our ice storm warning goes out until 4 a.m. The Weather Service is allowing this to most likely expire after 4 a.m. The only thing that could possibly extend it is if our temperatures are drastically cooler than what they're expected to be heading into tonight. The thing is, as we've kind of been talking about, there's a warm layer of air above the surface. This rain is falling through it and helping warm up our kind of ambient environment here at the surface. So we've seen our temperatures come up a good bit, at least several degrees in most locations since this rain hit. Before the rain began, we were at 27 degrees in Washington. Now we're at 32 degrees in Washington. Thompson was in the upper 20s. They're at 32. Here in Augusta, we were around 29. Now we're at 33. Aiken was at 20, 28, 29. Now they're at 32. So we should gradually keep this process going of gradually warming up our surface temperatures as this rain continues to warm us up some. And our model here that we've kind of been showing is doing a good job, I think, of highlighting that for us. So once again, we're kind of near freezing at the moment here around I-20 and north. As we continue into later tonight, you can see the rain will continue through at least around midnight. But then behind us, we should be able to see our temperatures bump up to above freezing in most locations. And then as we head into the overnight hours, we'll start to get a little bit windy towards tomorrow morning. That main cold front will start to push in. By tomorrow morning, we are anticipating some spots to get down close to freezing. So that would maybe create some impacts in a spot or two, but it looks like by 9:30 everyone is definitely above freezing across the area. So tough to say exactly, Linnell, kind of what your specific road you're going to be traveling on is completely safe or not 2 hours before 9:30, but I would imagine for the most part, a lot of our roads are okay to travel on, as long as you're especially staying on main roads too, early tomorrow morning. Brian asking if we can zoom in the radar over Peach Orchard. Absolutely. So there's Highway 25. You see 520 right there. Radar still showing some freezing rain. Tough to say if our temperatures here in South Augusta are still near freezing or not. Our sensor at Bushfield, just over this way, is at 33 degrees. So I would imagine that off Peach Orchard, you're most likely between 32 and 33, so kind of flirting with the line a little bit, but still some pretty steady rain out there off Peach Orchard, down Highway 25, really all the way till you get to Burke County through Gracewood and Point South Golf Club, all the way down towards Waynesboro. Uh-oh. Having a lot of static in the microphone. Let me know if that improved it. The mic cord was a little bit unplugged. Check 2, 3, 4, 5. Mic check 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. How's the mic doing? Any better? Any worse? Cool. Happy to do it, Brian. Thank you, Tracy. Hopefully that fixed the mic issues out there. All right, got the chat over here. Max 3 right here. The one issue is it always logs you out if like you go back and forth between like Web 2, but you can just click it again. So that's the only thing.
That's been happening a lot recently.
Yeah. All right, folks, I'm going to switch out with Mike Bryant here. He's going to have you covered, answer your questions, go over what we're seeing on radar, and take it away, Malik.
We'll be here till the pink disappears.
That's right. Here's a mic. Plug in that. All right, if you have one. But Gary was supposed to be in bed already.
Gary.
Appreciate it.
Cool. All right, everyone. Appreciate Riley sticking around here. Appreciate everything he does. We're going to continue tracking this as we head throughout the rest of the evening. All right. We're taking a look here at what we're really worried about is our northern counties here in the CSRA that have really just been staying either just like below freezing, and they start in the upper 20s, stay below freezing. Let's see, Lincoln County's back to freezing rain. I see that there. Starting out of Grovetown. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so what we're looking at here is where the freezing precipitation's falling as of the last couple hours here. Really, again, like we've been saying all week along and north of I-20 here, but really especially as we head towards Saluda County, they're really seeing that icing there and starting to see those temperatures that are really below freezing. So that's what we're really worried about here. All right, let's take a look at those current temperatures here. All right, just continue putting your questions in there. Is there going to be a chance power outage happens in Augusta? Is there a power outage in Grovetown? The chances of a power outage in Augusta are looking pretty low now that most of what we're worried about here in Augusta has passed. So we're not really worried about that here. Now, I'm not saying we're still seeing some gusty winds. So we still could see a spotty power outage or a spotty tree come down here. All right, seeing freezing rain in Graniteville. Ice has started coating trees and bushes in my yard. So yeah, that's also a concern. All right, yeah. So still seeing those temperatures right around freezing here. 32 in Aiken now. You've slowly been coming up as well. What's the weather in your Stalling Middle School right now, or for when? You're talking about when, like now, tomorrow? So yeah, Rex. So basically, what the radar's doing here is it's taking its best guess. It's using the information it has and is taking its best guess of what type of precip is falling. So that does mean it can be wrong. And even though at the surface we may see those temperatures at 33, 32, what may be falling may be different. So that's why you may see this pink still sticking around the Augusta metro, even though we're above freezing now. But it also depends on your location, because let's see if we can take a look at Daniel Field here. And let's see what Daniel Field is also reporting for their temperatures. Yeah, so Daniel Field's still at 32. So that's probably why the radar is inferring that it's seeing those there. So all right, let's take a look at power outages. All right, let's take another look at those power outages here. All right, here's that power outage map. We'll zoom out. All right, and so here's the Georgia power outage map that we're looking at here. Zoom back in. Somebody asked about power outages in Grovetown earlier, I think. Looks like we're seeing a tiny bit. It's like less than 5 in the Grovetown area. And then as we go into McDuffie, near Harlem, less than 5 as well. So a few. Definitely, it's a good sign. I'm not seeing the amount of powers we could have. Now, go towards northern Columbia County, towards north of Appling, towards Clarks Hill Lake. Sorry, I can't speak. Start seeing 390 customers without power. So, just looking there. It's 2 separate outages there. Yeah, so estimated restoration time is 9:15 p.m. So another 3 hours there without power. Estimated restoration time. A tree. So a tree fell. That's where a tree has fallen. Okay. So it looks like we had a tree fall and caused some power outages there. All right, Washington, Georgia. Oh, hold on. Before I get to Washington, Georgia, let me get these other questions first. All right, let's go back to the radar. All right, we're going to go back to I don't know why it's doing that. There you go. All right, so what's the weather right now near Stalling Middle School? I'll go back to answer that one. All right, let's go back to our radar. All right. So it's Stallings Island Middle School in Martinez that you were talking about? Is there a chance of power outage in Aiken? We've still seen the gusty winds. We're not seeing as much ice falling there in Aiken. I'd say there's a small chance. I'm not going to say that you will lose power. I don't think you will. Temperature in Aiken elevated surface 33.4. That's good. That's good. Let's keep that temperature climbing. Wadley, Georgia, and Jefferson County, you're looking at all rain. All rain going to continue throughout tonight. Just for a few more hours here. Washington, Georgia, looks like your temperatures have come up a little bit, starting to transition from less freezing rain and sleet to more of a rain event. Okay. Yeah, so looks like you're experiencing still temperatures around freezing there, Skylar. So could see, depends on what you see outside right now. If it's raining, could be a mixture of some freezing rain out there, but we're going to continue to see those temperatures increase and just transition over to all rain. Any outages in the CSRA? Yeah, we just pulled up the CSRA outage map. We saw that we had a few outages up towards Clarks Hill Lake in Columbia County due to a fallen tree up there on the lake. So, and then we also had a few outages where there was like 5 or 6 more people in southern Columbia County towards the McDuffie County line that were also without power. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Whatever you guys need. Whatever y'all need. So let's go over to questions, what y'all want to see. Really hoping we can start seeing temperatures decrease there and increase there in Columbia County. Looks like it's holding on there. And then Lincoln County there. You said you saw temperatures 33.4 elevated surface. That's good. You're going to continue to see those temperatures come up there. We want to get rid of all this ice here. We still got some pink hanging on. Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the HER. Take a look at the HER model. We'll time it out, and we'll go forward and see what we're looking at here. All right. All right, so let's head towards the rest of tonight. Yeah, it's just like pretty good. I think this is just the same model as before. Going through 7:30, 8 o'clock tonight. Start to see some more of that erosion of the pink, and as soon as we get all this pink out of the CSRA, we'll stay with you till then. We got to get all this pink out of the CSRA. But as soon as we get all that out of here, we should warm up tonight before dropping back down again. So warming up to above freezing here, and then we'll see our temperatures drop again by the time that we head towards early Monday morning. Some of us may be getting down to freezing, but not for very long. All right, Hepzibah and Blythe. How about our G all at the same time? Southern Richmond County. Southern Richmond County right now, you're seeing probably all rain. Bushfield has warmed up to 33 degrees. So Hepzibah could see some areas that are maybe seeing, depends on where you are in Hepzibah, maybe you're seeing some sleet mixed in with the rain or not, but Blythe, looks like the radar is taking a guess that you're seeing all rain right now. But we do still have those winter alerts. That ice storm warning is going to continue over the next through 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. So you'll see that ice storm warning for areas along the north of I-20. Going to continue through 4 a.m. tomorrow. So, and that's really just because of the threat of refreezing again. Will the roads be safe at 4:30 a.m. Monday? Where, Don? Where? That's going to depend on where. But this winter weather advisory also goes through 4 a.m., which the National Weather Service also holds the authority to, reserves the authority to cancel it early if they see so. Yeah, Skylar. He's awesome. Yeah. Which roads are you talking about specifically will be safe at 4:30 a.m. Tomorrow, Don? It depends. Most of the roads will be safe tomorrow at 4:30, but there may be a couple of slick spots, so just be careful. All right, let's take a look at our wind gusts right now. All right, here's our current wind and wind gusts. Yep. Definitely not as windy as we were earlier when we saw the line come through. So we've definitely calmed down a little bit. Starting to see the wind direction change. We can take a look at our max wind gusts over the last 24 hours. I think we saw a few gusts to 30 or more. Yep. Washington, gusts to 30. That's your highest wind gust over the past 24 hours. 31 in Milledgeville. That's out in Baldwin County. That's close to central Georgia. 31 in Swainsboro. 23 in Millen. Sylvania. That is the big winner here. 41 miles per hour is what it gusted to in Sylvania. Gusting to 20 to 18 in Allendale, 26 at both Bushfield and Danielfield, and then 35 in Thompson. That takes second place, 20 in Aiken. Take a look back here. Let's take a look at the Harlem radar. Yeah, still seeing that pink shrink. Hopefully we're getting all of that out of Wilkes County there. That's where they were having a lot of issues there. Still seeing that Thompson sleep bubble. That's kind of weird, right? That McDuffie County sleep bubble. Anyways, starting to see it. I mean, not just the pink taper off, but just the overall rain and overall rain rates. We're starting to see that begin to fall, which is a good sign. Yeah, if we zoom out here and we take a look at the current temperatures across the southeast, you'll see a big difference. Yeah, so we're at 33 in Augusta, not far away. We're 50 degrees in Savannah. I mean, they're in the 70s in southeast Georgia. I mean, it's kind of crazy thinking about that. So, keep your questions coming. Let us know what you're seeing right now in your area, including temperature, things like that. So, whatever you're seeing, just let us know. All right, let's take a look at what we're going to see as we head into tonight and into tomorrow. Just take a look at the graph. All right, so here's where the graph has us at right now. 7 p.m. Sunday. I think it's okay. It's probably getting us a little too warm too fast. Still continuing to see rain move throughout the area through 8 p.m. Sunday and through 10 p.m. Still seeing a lot of the rain here. So, I mean, getting plenty of beneficial rain. This is going to help our drought a ton. We need the rain. We just don't need it to fall frozen. And then heading through 1 a.m., our eastern county still seeing rain all the way through, maybe even all the way up till 4 a.m. But you can see getting into the 40s here by the time that we're talking about around midnight here. And then 2, 3 a.m., we really start to see that northwest wind taking shape and bringing those cooler temperatures in. Looking at Washington at 34 degrees there. This model has Washington getting into the lower 30s by 4:30. And so it's worrisome because they would have had precip 9 below freezing a few hours later. I mean, with the wind blowing, that could help, That can really help get the water off the roadways so that you don't have to worry about icy conditions, but puts them all the way down to 28. It's a hard freeze. But has a gust of getting down to 32 degrees before warming back up Monday morning. And we're going to stay cold, guys. We're going to stay pretty cold for a while. So it doesn't look like any time in the 7-day period we're going to be above 50 degrees. So keep the winter jackets, keep the coats. Looks like we're going to be stay cold going into February. Will the rain in Graniteville, South Carolina be any heavier, or is this going to be as hard as it gets? Let's take a look at what's falling currently there in Graniteville, South Carolina. The rain you're getting now in Graniteville, it's probably, it'll be off and on as heavy as that. I don't think it'll really get heavier than that. I hope my watch says it's 42. Maybe it's 42 degrees in your house. I don't think it's 42 degrees anywhere in Augusta. I think 42 degrees would be a freezing. It would be probably a temperature in Emanuel County. All right, looks like Columbia, the National Weather Service office just sent out their freezing rain reports. We can go through those. Take a look at them. All right, here's what they have for their freezing rain reports. They have Daniel Field recording 1900ths or 0.2 of an inch. Orangeburg, 1800. Yeah. Orangeburg at 1800ths, 1700ths for Columbia, 1600ths for Columbia as well. Those are the two different Columbia airports. Trying to see more for our area. I guess the only report they got is from Daniel Field for our area, at least the Columbia office. We'll have to wait for the Peachtree office to release their freezing rain reports later as well. We'll see. Just checking now if they did. They haven't yet. Okay, yeah. But still seeing this pink slowly but surely get on out of here. That's what we're hoping for. That's what we need. We need this pink to leave the CSRA so we can get rid of these icy conditions here. We go over to all rain, we'll be A-okay. But how about this? If you are below, if you're south of I-20, you're pretty much in the clear, unless you're in Aiken County. But places like Barnwell, Bamberg, Allendale, Scriven, Jenkins, Emmanuel, Burke, Jefferson, Johnson, and Washington counties, Glasscock counties, you're in the clear. You're going to see all rain for the rest of the night. I don't know what just happened there. Radar just bugged out. Yes. Yeah. Well, we lost our radar data. Yes. Yes, Skylar. Yeah. Well, while we wait for our radar to come back, we'll go back to our alerts here. Our winter alerts. And we see that we still have that ice storm warning. Again, I want to remind everybody we still have that ice storm warning going through 4 a.m. Monday morning, and then we still have that winter weather advisory also going through 4 a.m. So I'm sure you're asking Skylar probably about the Weather Channel radar, meaning probably the Weather Channel radar app. It's kind of like it's guesses using all of the radars. So when we use this, we're kind of using one radar at a time. So it's just like higher resolution. Yeah. Here's taking a look at the lows over the next couple of days. In Harlem, there are some people without power nearby you, but I think the time where you were going to lose power has passed. Here's the low temperatures of the next couple of days. So today's pretty warm. Today's pretty warm, especially when considering the low temperatures for the next couple of days. So enjoy it. Enjoy it. It's a nice summer day. We're going to wake up to much cooler temperatures when it comes to Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So enjoy it. Those highs, they're going to be in the 40s. We're not going to get above 50 degrees. Here's the current visibility. There we go. So we're starting to see, especially when we start to see places get 10 miles, that's how we know we're clearing out. That's how you know you're getting good. Skylar, we're not going to talk about next week. What's next week? Next week doesn't exist. But seeing them still down to 4 miles in Daniel Field, 3.5 miles in Aiken, 8 miles in Barnwell, 4 miles in Millen. So still seeing some low visibilities out there. All right, let's see if we got our radar back after it bugged out. Our computer's been working really hard the last week. Yeah, so still seeing just a little bit of precipitation holding on. Starting to see it break in Saluda. Starting to see that pink break apart. That's good. We want to see that pink break apart. Heading into Lincoln County, still starting to see it break. The McDuffie County sleet hole is hanging on strong. Depends on where you're at, Travi. Where are you? But yeah. Is it safe to drive? Is it safe to drive where? The pink isn't coming down. It's just holding on. It's not coming down. So this is just where it's been. And the cold air is kind of funneled there into the valley. So that's why the radar is kind of interpreting that as that kind of wintry precipitation. Augusta area. We were talking about that earlier. You're probably seeing mostly rain right now. We're going to continue to see that at least over the next 2 hours. Just more rain. Yeah, just more rain there. Yep. I know. It's just like somebody's out there just, I don't know, doing something. That purple just won't let you go. But if you're in Hancock County, Washington County, Johnson County, you guys are just seeing rain now. It's past you. You're just going to see rain the rest of the night. Warren County as well. Can add you to that. Jefferson County can add you to that. Burke County going to see rain the rest of the night. Emmanuel County going to see rain the rest of the night. Jenkins and Scrivener County, you're also going to see rain the rest of the night as well. So will Allendale, Barnwell, and Bamberg. Is it safe to drive in the morning? Where are you asking for? Is it safe to drive in the morning, Eric? Is it safe to drive Grovetown area right now? I wouldn't, unless you absolutely had to, just because it's also raining at a good rate in the Grovetown area, and you're not far from where we probably had some significant icing. So I'm not sure, Skylar. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm really glad to see that we're starting to see that pink fade out of Wilkes County. Really glad to see that. Let's go take a look at the current temperature. Yeah, still sitting at 32. 32 Thompson, 33 Augusta, 32 in Aiken, 34 Barnwell. Just hanging on. Tonight, as early as tonight. But it's got to rain for a good bit. But should see those temperatures come up soon, Travie. But by tomorrow morning, all the roads should be good. Tomorrow morning after like 9 a.m. Yeah, Caitlin, I understand. She says, and yet, despite all this, my fan still stays on. Got the space heater and fan running at the same time. Yeah, freezing rain is wild. Yeah, it came out of nowhere and sticking around. I'm out by Augusta Regional Airport. Yeah. Yep. It sticks around. It sticks, and it gets on everything. Yeah, Riley for president. LOL. I'll vote for him. Yeah, we're really starting to see that leave the CSRA. I really hope we can get less ice there. If you are still seeing ice or freezing rain falling, or if you are seeing melting, let us know. Thanks, Caitlin. I appreciate it. That McDuffie County hole just won't let go. That purple McDuffie County hole will not let go. Like, what's going on here? Who has the weather modification device? Who has the weather modification device in northern McDuffie County? Let me know. But especially want to hear some reports from Appling. Want to hear some reports from along Clarkshire Hill Lake in northern Columbia County, near Winfield, even southern Lincoln County, Clay Hill, those areas. Sleep bubble, yeah. Hey. Hold on, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, Skylar, I got you. Hey, yo, Mother Nature, Skylar says make it snow. You said you'll see? All right. I don't make the rules, Skylar. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. She said we'll see. Probably could. Yep.
Good.
All good.
Good if I head out.
Yep. Go get some rest.
Thanks, sir. Pretty hard work.
Yeah, no problem. Is this your IFB up here on the desk? Okay. Okay.
I just saw Dangerfield after 34, and then also 119.
I saw that. I saw they just released that. Good night. My buddy out in southern Lincoln County definitely confirmed it's still icing out there. Okay. Gotcha. It's just someone's child they brought to work standing in the corner with a death grip on the controller that won't let go of the setting. Probably. I'd believe it. I'd believe it, Caitlin. I'd believe it. Slowly creeping up. Riley was just saying, we've got Bushfield and Danielfield now both above freezing. So those are the two airports in Augusta now, both above freezing. That's good news. Need everybody else to follow suit. Get above freezing. Come on. Probably hop off here. I'll probably keep the stream going until about 7:30 here. But go ahead and ask away any questions you got tonight, tomorrow. Don't ask about next weekend. Yep. I really think that's the radar really guessing and interpreting that. But, I mean, it could just be that's where also, I mean, the river valley and cold air is dense. Coldest air is going to flow downhill, and could be where the coldest air is. And so that's where it's staying. But we'll see. Don't know. Somebody could drive there and let me know if it's freezing rain or not. That'd be great. Please don't drive. I'm kidding. Do not drive. Do not drive there. Not necessarily. Not necessarily there, Brandon. Yeah, just be careful out there, Caitlin. Most of us should be okay, but we'll be all right. Yeah, Skylar. Whoops. What does it look like in Ward? Right now in Ward. Let's take a look, and we'll zoom in there. Let's go to Ward. The radar is depicting all rain right now. Looks like you just switched over from that freezing precipitation. Into all rain there in Ward. So you let me know. Looks like once you switch over to all rain tonight, you'll be all rain for the rest of the night. Hey, we appreciate you saving lives out here, but you gotta risk your own or else you lose your job. Yeah, respect, Caitlin. I assume the roads should stay above freezing. Yeah, that's what we saw when we were looking at road temperatures earlier. We saw that they really were staying above freezing. They were in the mid-30s most of the night. So looks like anything that would have hit the road would have melted. And it's pretty good, especially in this area. We saw those roads stay above freezing. Now, if you went up to Wilkes County and maybe in northern Lincoln County, northern Columbia County, it's probably a different story. But at least around the Augusta area, those road temps did say above freezing. Yeah. Can you ask your questions? We'll hop off here in about 5 minutes as threat continues to dwindle here in the CSRA, which is good. We're glad it is. What does it look like in Rennes? Your mom is working tonight. Looks good in Rennes. Just rain in Rennes. Show it to you. There in Jefferson County, they were able to avoid most of the freezing temperatures there. So we're looking at just rain in Rennes. There you go. Yeah, it's really going to depend. So tonight, Brandon, we're actually going to continue to see our temperatures increase throughout tonight. It's just going to depend on when we start to see our temperatures decrease again and for how long we are at or below freezing. Should be a short enough period of time where we're not going to see a massive refreeze, and a long enough period of time that we're not going to see like a lot of black ice. But I would say just be careful. Where on I-20, Caitlin? I don't think it will be. I-20 was really treated hard. GDOT in South Carolina, they really brined it over. And at least in Augusta, we never saw I-20 get below freezing on the surface there. The road temp, it was never below freezing. McCormick. All right, McCormick. Looks like we're starting to see a lot of that wintry precip change over now. Still hanging on to it, right on the river there. Trying to get rid of this pesky wintry precip there, but right on the river, we're trying to get rid of it. We'll see. We can take a look. So let's take a look at one of our models here. And we'll take a look at when we can go back below freezing. All right, Charlie, let's take a look. Scoot over here for a sec. All right, so this is one model's depiction of what we could see going through. What we could see going through the night, starting at 7 o'clock. So here's 8:30. You can see everyone's temperature has risen pretty significant. Puts Augusta in the lower 40s. Edgefield, Saluda in the mid 30s as well. And then we move forward in time. Still see mid 30s, 40s, so everyone's above freezing. And then by the time that we head towards about 2, 3 a.m., that's when we start to see those temperatures begin to drop once again. So we could see below freezing right before sunrise. Understandable, Caitlin. So real, so valid. Give me the good old bzzzt. I tried my best. Hopefully I did that right. Areas that we could potentially still be seeing frozen precip are northeastern Wilkes County into Lincoln County here, especially right along the river, low-lying areas there. Right along the river, McCormick County. Looks like most of Edgefield, you're now switching over to all rain. Most of Aiken County, you're all rain. Maybe north and east of Aiken, along I-20 there, we could still be seeing some frozen precip. Saluda, you're now all rain as well. And then anywhere south of I-20 looks like all rain. All right, looks like Thompson's up to 34 now. Okay, awesome. Got Thompson above freezing. A good bit above freezing. Take a look at this current temperature map again. All those values are above freezing. That's good. Still reading 32 at Dangerfield. I think that value's old. Let me check. Yeah, reading 34 at Dangerfield. Light mist. So, above freezing there. Oh, we popped the sleep bubble. The sleep bubble has been popped. Let's go, guys. All right. So we're starting to see special locations in McDuffie County above freezing. Washington, still sitting at 32. Could still see some slick spots there. That's one of the concerns there in Wilkes County, especially northern Wilkes County. And then Lincoln and McCormick counties right along the river. Same thing in Columbia County, northern Columbia County. Talking about areas like north of Appling there. But should see mostly everyone switch over to, yeah, war is over. Should see everyone switch over to all rain here shortly. All right. If you guys got any questions, you can always find us on Facebook. You can find my Facebook. I'll put my Facebook in the chat for those of you who don't have it. Follow me on Facebook, or you can find us on WRDW.com. And or you can watch us tonight at 11 o'clock. Me and Audrey will be back at 11 o'clock for your News 1226 newscast at 11 tonight, and we'll discuss what we saw. So that's all for now. I'm gonna go ahead and sign off and end the stream. But have a great night. Be safe. And if you have any questions, my Facebook is right there. You can always ask me. Good night.